Okay, everyone, we're live.
Okay, great. We have a quorum. Want to call this meeting to order. It's the October monthly meeting of the Weston Board of Education. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have a pretty lengthy agenda this evening. And so let's just get right into it with the approval of minutes. Sure, everyone's reviewed the minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the September meeting minutes?
Move that the Weston Board of Education approve the September 20th, 2021 meeting minutes.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Any comments on the minutes? Okay, all in favor?
Aye, Melissa.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, David.
Aye, Tony. All opposed? Motion passes. Jody, do we have public comment this evening? By the way, before Jody reads the public comment, just so everyone knows, we extended the time in which the public can actually submit public comments to 24 hours prior to the meeting. I'm sure everyone has seen that. We did that just to give the public more time to give some thought about the comments they want to submit, and also have 24 hours to submit them, which we thought was appropriate. Later this evening, we're going to be discussing a number of items around communication. Public comment will be one of them. So Jody, maybe you could read what we have.
Okay. The first one that I have is from Leslie Stetter, 157 Godfrey Road East. When will the Board of Ed meetings be public again, seeing as how all surrounding towns have returned to public meetings? And that is the end of her comment. The next one is from Elena Halulian, 144 Steep Hill Road. When will the board hold live, public, and interactive meetings? As the board is aware, several surrounding towns have reinstituted in-person meetings. Please post/publish all comments received from the public for this meeting immediately prior to the meeting to allow individuals to see what is being posed to the board. The WPS COVID dashboard as of 10/15 has a total of 10 individuals, 9 students and 1 staff who tested positive, and these positive cases have been declining from week to week. CT cases, in parentheses, are also declining. When will the mask mandate for WPS be lifted or made optional? If the board will not lift the mask mandate, please state why not. If not, please add the topic of mask mandate in WPS to the agenda for the next board meeting. And that is the end of her comment. Dana Repka, 15 Twin Walls Lane. Good evening, BOE. My family and I have lived in Weston for 8 years. I have a daughter in grade 1 and a son in grade 3. I'd like to see the return of in-person meetings and parent volunteer opportunities at Hurlbut and Wiss. Specifically, and most time sensitive, are the November parent-teacher conferences. These meetings do not work as well for both parent and teacher when held virtually. Our surrounding towns have been allowing in-person parent meetings since the school year began, and it is time we offer the same choice. I am happy to submit a vaccination card and wear a mask if the mandate continues. If necessary, the meetings could be held outdoors. I am sure many parents would wear their winter hats and gloves to be able to speak to their child's teacher in person. The same idea applies to volunteer opportunities, specifically allowing parents to once again volunteer in the LRC. This was such a nice way to be involved in school and strengthen the parent-teacher connection. We can and should be able to easily implement these options as soon as possible. Thank you. The next comment is from Regina McNackey, 2 Greylock Road. When is the date for open to the public in-person BOE meetings? Mostly all school districts have already returned to in-person meetings. When will Weston? It is very important that the BOE see and hear parent concerns. End of that comment. The next one is from a Maxim Mitrofanu, 21 Treadwell Lane. We have been advised by Tracy Edwards that the WPS nurse supervisor, in conjunction with the district medical advisor, has the authority to review, approve, and reject mask exemptions submitted by parents pursuant to Executive Order 13A. Please advise who has granted these individuals this authority and pursuant to what documentation. It is my understanding that neither WPS nurse supervisor nor district medical advisor ever saw or examined my child. Do you think it is reasonable that they can overrule the mask exemption and recommendations provided by the child's pediatrician? Will these individuals, WPS, school administrators, and the board take full responsibility and liability for chronic illnesses and other adverse medical and psychological conditions resulting from the forced, prolonged mask wearing for my child? End of comment. The next comment we have is from Ann Joyce, 5 Ledgewood Drive. Dear members of the Weston Board of Education, I'll preface my comments by stating that all of my children are or were part of Weston's National Honor Society. Yet, as a parent and public educator in Fairfield County for many years, I am embarrassed that this honor came with the message to my children that, in quotes, you are only a leader if you have a title. Last spring, I formally asked administration and our then superintendent to modify the leadership requirements of the Weston's National Honor Society to match those of our surrounding districts. Dr. McCursey denied my request, and I then sent an appeal to you. As you know, Weston currently defines leadership roles worth National Honor Society recognition as, in quotes, elected or appointed positions held in school, community, or work activities. We are the only district with a narrow definition of little breadth or width. We are the only district that, for example, will not consider sports positions or roles in the classroom or roles in cyberspace as leadership ones. I was informed last spring that established elected or appointed positions as requirements helps provide clarity in what can be a highly subjective aspect of the application process. There is no doubt in my mind that the current requirements make it easy for our deciding committee, but easy should never replace thoughtfulness or an understanding of the true meaning of leadership. Students who prove to be influential, who lead by example, who delegate responsibilities, and who show the utmost integrity, courage, and charisma, whether it be in the classroom, on the fields, or courts or rinks, in the community, in a club, on a job, or during an internship or volunteer experience, title or not, are all deserving of a place in the National Honor Society. Our surrounding chapters, including those of Greenwich, Darien, New Canaan, Westport, Wilton, Joel Barlow, and Richfield, have successfully found ways to provide clarity by broadening the definition of leadership. And they also encourage student applicants to support their leadership roles with letters from teachers, coaches, employers, or supervising adults. This certainly reduces and/or removes subjectivity. In closing, leadership roles worth recognizing should never be part of a checklist, rather should be ones in which students have demonstrated influence on others in the most positive and productive ways. Weston's National Honor Society's leadership criteria is flawed, and our students deserve better. Please support our students by broadening Weston's definition of leadership. As always, the time you give our community. As always, I appreciate the time you give our community. And the next one we have is from Katsirina Usania, and she's on Treadwell Lane. And let me just start my timer. Hello. There are many students on adverse health outcomes. There are many studies on adverse health outcomes for prolonged mask wearing for kids. Here is an example from Connecticut. The number of children seeking urgent behavioral health care at Connecticut Children's has tripled since the summer, forcing families to wait hours on end for an emergency department bed. And she puts a link to it in here. When the Weston Board of Education review the latest scientific data and recognize the risks of prolonged mask wearing for kids and have a meaningful pros and cons discussion on this topic in the upcoming, preferably in-person BOE meetings. The policies like this should be made in the best interest of our children and not be conditioned upon federal or state funding to our schools. Here is a great article summarizing the policies and the reasons for not mandating masks in school. And she gave a link to something in Europe. Ireland's main public health body is concerned that masking primary students may interfere with language development. France, from October 4th, primary school students will no longer have to mask in the country's level 1, in parentheses, green departments that have, in parentheses, fewer than 50 COVID-19 positive cases per 100,000 citizens for 5 consecutive days, end quotes. Germany, students in 3 states will no longer have to mask starting next week. Berlin's state senator for education noted that extending masking, in quotes, has an impact on speech development, proper writing, reading skills, and their English instruction, end quote. Norway has never recommended face mask mandates at any level of schooling. Indeed, the Norwegian Institute of Public Health explicitly advises against masking primary school-age children. Sweden, masks have never been recommended or required in the country's school. In addition, there is no scientific evidence that mask wearing in school settings prevents or has impact on COVID outbreaks. And she includes another link here. Thank you for your time. End of comment. And that is the end of the public comments.
Great, thank you. Thank you for those who submitted public comment, taking the time to do so. Most of the comment tonight are around public health and masking, and I would urge those people who actually sent in that public comment to stay on until Superintendent Wallach does her COVID update, and she'll address the issues around mask mandate, the executive order, mask exemptions, and so forth. So I think these are very timely comments, and there will be time in the agenda for Lisa to discuss exactly what the mask mandate is and what our exemption policy is. Let's go to our student reps. Are they on?
Tony, quick question. Will
Yeah.
we also during this meeting, and I'm just saying, I'm asking this so that the parent who did public comment about this can know at least how and when to get the answer, if not now. And that is the question around when we will be resuming live meetings.
Oh, okay, yes, I'm sorry. And then the
Yep.
second set of topics are around live meetings. Sorry about that.
Yep.
And then there's a section around board communication, and we'll be discussing all of that, which is live meetings, recording of meetings, public comment. And so, yes, stay tuned. Thanks, Taffy. That I lost my train of thought, but that was the second thread, and we'll have time in the agenda to discuss that as well.
Perfect, thanks.
Our student reps, are they on this evening? Lisa, are they?
I do not see the student reps. I believe that my assistant, Ms. Saketa, told them that tonight was a meeting, correct, Ms. Saketa?
Yes, they did receive an invite and I did email them.
I suspect that today is homecoming, and I see Ms.
Yeah.
Cavoni nodding her head. And this
I know
morning
that I know that they were planning to come, but I also know that there is an event that's taking place this evening, so hopefully they'll.
If they
pop
hop
at
on
some point.
if they hop on in the middle of the meeting, we can make room, right, Tony?
Sure, but you know, they can give us 2 months worth next month.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I can attest they were up bright and early this morning out in front of the school in their pajamas because it was pajama day. And what is the day tomorrow, Ms. Cavoni, for all those that are interested in dressing up?
It is blackout day, so wear all black.
Okay, so maybe next time they could bring some pictures too. That always livens up the meeting.
True. Or follow us on Instagram. Great picture of Mr. Phillip in his pajamas today.
But we need more than Instagram for that. We need a public meeting here to okay, let's go to the next, let's go to new business resignations. Lisa, are you gonna take
Yes.
this? Or Ken?
Sure, we do. I want the board to recognize the resignations of two of our employees, Stephanie Gallo, who is a lunch recess aide at WIS. You may remember her for many years. She also worked as a secretary in the district, primarily at the elementary schools, came back to help us with lunch recess when we needed, and she is retiring effective 9/26, and we wish her well. Or resignation, sorry. She retired and then she came back, helped us, and now she's resigning. And then the second is Caitlin Bimini. She is actually a professional at the intermediate school, not at Hurlbut Elementary School. And her resignation is effective on October 1st, was.
So we thank Stephanie and Caitlin for your service to the district. And with that, can we have a motion?
Move that the Weston Board of Education accept the resignations of Stephanie Gallo and Caitlin Vimini.
Have a second?
Second.
Who did that? Oh, Taffy. Thank you, Taffy.
That was Sharon. It was Sharon, actually.
Oh, Sharon, I'm sorry.
I know we look the same on video. I think I'm gonna have to wear like a clown nose or something to distinguish myself.
All right, all in favor?
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, Victor. Hi, Victor.
Hi, Tony.
Hi, David.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Next item on the agenda is, I think, Julie, going to discuss Weston High School Portrait of a Graduate, but I think there's two topics in there. One is the graduation policy, first read of the graduation policy, and the second is a discussion of the high school portrait of a graduate.
That's correct, Dr. Pesco, if I may. The graduation policy ties directly to the portrait of a graduate, which is a very exciting assessment that our seniors will be doing as the class of 2023. It will be a requirement. So they're kind of linked. And I would ask that Ms. Cavoni first take us through the policy where there have been some changes in the way I would say credits are distributed in a way that is much more indicative, I would say, of where we are now at our high school, where high schools are across the country. And then the portrait of a graduate, it's really something positive that started with a small pilot program during our pandemic of the spring of 2020. And we're very excited about that. So Ms. Cavoni, if you could please take us through the requirements and then specifically that mastery assessment.
Sure. Is someone going to project here, or should I just walk us through?
Mr.
Should I
DeVito,
share?
can you present? Can you project?
Sure. Give me one moment.
Just
What do you want
the first
specifically?
The first
projected?
slide of that portrait of the graduate presentation addresses the new graduation requirements. So I think it would be helpful to see that as we talk through the policy.
Okay, give me one moment.
Sure.
There we go. Okay. Hold on. Okay. This what you're looking for?
Perfect. Yep, right where it says state statute and guidelines, Dan. Beautiful. So I think everyone is aware that the state has published a new statute for high school graduation requirements that beginning with the class of 2023, which is our current junior class. They are redefining the state requirements for the number of credits and in which areas those credits should be earned. The definition changes, I think, broadly in the sense that the courses or credits required are clustered. We're returning to sort of cluster areas. They talk about 9 credits in the humanities and 9 credits in STEM, credits in health and wellness, and safety and physical education. So there's a return to the sense that, Dan, you're projecting your calendar right now. A return to the sense that we want to look at credits in terms of how they're clustered so that students can have a variety of experiences. Great. So as we look at the graduation policy and the proposed revisions, I think you can see reflected in there these broader areas of the humanities, and the state specifically includes civics and the arts as courses that are required within the humanities. We are also proposing in Weston to add the 1 credit requirement in world language into the humanities cluster area for a total of 10 credits in the humanities. And then you can see we're also proposing the additional credits within STEM and following along with the state requirements for health and safety and physical education and wellness. The biggest change in the state statute is the addition of this 1 credit mastery-based diploma assessment. And I'm going to talk more about that in just a moment, but I want to take a few moments to highlight some of the biggest changes in the proposed graduation requirements policy. So as you can see, we're adopting the language of these cluster areas, 10 credits in the humanities, including world language, 9 credits in STEM, and proposing an additional 1 credit in physical education and wellness, and 1 credit in health and safety education. In addition, within each of those areas, there will be opportunities to take electives. So electives in the humanities, electives within STEM, and also electives outside of those specific areas. So looking to cluster where credits are earned, but also to give students choices about how they earn those credits. Notably, one of the differences in specific content areas is in math. In the prior iteration of our graduation requirement policy, we have specifically noted courses as required within the mathematics department. So our current policy states that 3 credits are required in math and specifically names Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 as courses that are required for graduation. And interestingly, that does not follow with the experience of the typical student at Weston High School. Just to talk about our current freshman class, more than 2/3 of them have begun their math experience in the high school beyond the Algebra 1 course in the math sequence. So a great portion of our students are not required to take that Algebra 1 course in high school because they are already at a skill level beyond that course. So we've opened up the credits in math to still require 3 in total, but to not specify which courses are taken, but really to truly allow students the pathways that they're already on when they come to us from the middle school. We have also notably near the end of the policy added some language to talk about courses taken outside of Weston High School. I think that you know that we have students coming into Weston at the high school level who have often started their high school experience in another town or in a private school. And so we wanted to memorialize some guidance about what to do with credits earned at other institutions. We also wanted to address what happens with students that are taking courses outside of Weston High School during the summer for something like credit recovery. I want to note here that there is an existing policy that speaks specifically to online courses. And if we decide ultimately that we are accepting the proposed changes to this policy, that is a policy that will also need revision in order to align with some of this language. So I just wanted to note that here tonight. And of course, the biggest difference in the overall requirements is that 1 credit mastery-based diploma assessment, which we are calling the portrait of the graduate. And I don't believe it's reflected in the current iteration of the draft policy, but my recommendation is to specifically state in that section 1, where it says 1 credit mastery-based assessment, to specifically call that the portrait of the graduate for clarity's sake. So perhaps in the second read of this, we can incorporate that change if you agree that that's appropriate. So should I pause here and take some questions on this, or continue on and we can do questions at the end?
I just have one question as it relates.
yeah.
I have one question as it relates to the policy. And I think you may have answered this, which is you reference portrait of the of a graduate, but there isn't a reference. Is there a reference back to one is what does that mean with respect to credits? And I think you answered that. And the second one is there somewhere where it referenced what the requirements are for portraits of a gallery that are not, like, does it need to be in the policy, or does it need to reference back to what the requirements are for? Because it says must successfully complete the Weston High School portrait of the graduate. So I'm assuming somewhere there's some very specific requirements for what it means to successfully complete that.
Right.
Yes.
That was sort of my. I was just going to say, Julie, that was my question as well, was I'm trying to align, mastery-based diploma assessment and portrait of the graduate, which I'm sure you're getting into, but I'd love to know what's in there.
So to answer your question, obviously we're engaged in this work right now, truly defining down to a very detailed level what it means, what the portrait will be, and what successful completion means and looks like. That is really the bulk of the work, and I'm going to talk about that in just a moment in terms of where we are. In terms of whether it should be specifically referenced in the policy, I would say no, because we do, I guess the best example is the writing portfolio. So a successful completion of the Weston High School writing portfolio in 10th grade is also required for graduation. It's referenced in this policy. But what successful completion means is not named in the policy. It's set in the practice, right? And with input. And I think we want to be able to, especially at the beginning of this, make adjustments as we go. So we can define from the beginning, this is what we want students to do, and here's how we want to signal to students that they have met the requirement, that they've met the standard. But we also have to have the ability to be flexible and to reflect and change if need be in terms of how it goes in the first few years. So I would be hesitant to be too specific in the policy about what the requirements will be, but of course we will look to document what those things are within our program of studies and within the advisory curriculum that we're working with, and obviously to communicate that to both students and families.
If I may, Julie, we had talked about at the, and this is the first read of this policy, at the policy committee meeting, I think that the wording we need is that they must complete the Weston High School mastery-based assessment portrait of a graduate, to just kind of put both of them there. So that clarifies what is the mastery-based assessment. It's portrait of a graduate. And I would agree with you that then the school, like we did with the writing portfolio, specifies all of the details and the requirements of it. So that would be my recommendation there.
Okay. Other questions about the draft of the policy? Great. Dan, if you wouldn't mind scrolling up. So the state says we have to have a mastery-based assessment. I'm sorry, Dan, I should have said down. Next slide, we'll go with that. And the state has given us some guidelines in terms of what implementing a mastery-based learning assessment should look like. This is the process the state has laid out. And in just a few moments, I'm going to walk you through what our process has been. So I'm going to ask Dan to skip ahead again. And I'm going to let you know that not only are there implications related to the state graduation requirements, but also that our accrediting institution, which is NEASC, the New England Association of Schools and Colleges, has a standard as part of their process that was adopted in 2020 that states very specifically that the school is to have a vision of the graduate that includes the attainment of transferable skills, knowledge, and understandings and dispositions necessary for future success. That is exactly what a portrait of the graduate is. And so in doing this work, we're kind of killing two birds, if you will. We're addressing the state requirement, and we're also making sure that we're in compliance with the current standards that NEASC has set out. And just for reference, Weston High School is due for an accreditation visit from NEASC in 2025. So that's going to come up very quickly on us, which is why the ongoing work in this area is so important. Dan, next slide. So very quickly, this is just a summary of kind of where the state says we should be heading and where we have defined the work is important. Obviously, we needed to define the competencies. What are the skills that are important for our graduates to have? Specifically, the academic, social, and civic skills Weston students need for future success. Then, as you've asked, we need to determine the criteria for success. How will students demonstrate that they have these competencies? We need to further determine, are there school-wide experiences, assured experiences that all students have that can serve as the evidence for the mastery of these skills? And then to work to create a process by which the task can be introduced to students, progress can be made with the attention of staff members, and resources can be disseminated and designed and all of the rest. Essentially, how can we provide structures for students to complete the task with our support? We need to develop assessment tools. So when we define the criteria for success, how are we going to know that we're looking at mastery? We need to determine how successful completion will be recorded, right? So there's a credit that's associated with this. When credit is at play, that's an implication for the transcript. Should there be attendance taken around these kinds of meetings, et cetera? So how are we recording what we're doing? Then we need to think about what happens with students who do not meet our criteria for success on the timeline that we've set out. How are we going to help and support them to get to that ultimate goal? So that's why it says number 7, a system for remediation. And finally, this process is upon us. The current junior class needs to do this for their graduation, which means a good portion of the work time for what we would consider to be a process that spans 4 years in high school is now behind us. So how can we redefine the scope of a larger process for this particular class so that they can demonstrate their mastery, but so that we're not also overwhelming them with the task? So that's kind of what we need to do. And just in general, where we are, Dan, if you want to go to the next slide. We have started in the fall of 2019, a small group of CILs, curriculum instructional leaders, and administrators attended a training through NEASC, just looking at what does this look like in other school districts really around the world. And that group came away asking a lot of questions and creating a lot of dialogue, and we have invested other people in the process over the 2 years since that time. And we're, I would say, very far along in the vision of what this looks like, and there's still work to do. But really the most important thing, the thing that we were encouraged to do right away from that October 2019 training was to figure out what is our vision of the graduate? What are the core competencies that we as a community feel are necessary for students to find success in their lives beyond high school? What do we value? And they specifically encouraged us to look at what is our current mission and vision? And how do these competencies speak to that? What do our school-wide rubrics say? How do those play in? What are the assured experiences? What are the things that we do for all students that speak to what we are saying we value, right? So quite a bit of analysis around the work that we do on a daily basis has been done to arrive here. And I'll just be very forthright and say, there's been some disagreement among what these competencies should be, what they should be called, and even how they should be defined right up until the fall of this year. But our entire faculty has engaged in this conversation about what the competencies will be and how they are defined. I don't know that we will ever come to complete consensus, but these 6 are truly at the heart of our mission, our current school-wide rubrics, and really what we see every day in the work that students are doing and in the work that teachers are trying to advance as a school community. I'm not going to speak through all of them. You've had an opportunity to look at them on your own, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions about them. But this is the vision. This is what the graduate will look like, ideally. And we're still looking at how we illustrate this vision. That's a piece of the work. But just going beyond this, so how do they do this? How do they show us that they have these 6 skills? And Dan, if you would go to the next slide.
Before you go to the next slide, I think this is just very inspiring, and I'd like to do a do-over of my entire senior high school years and become this. And I'm sure that there are people that are saying, well, shouldn't care for the environment be in there? Or shouldn't innovation be in there? You know, and I'm just sort of putting that out there because I'm guessing that when you said there wasn't complete agreement, that was the discussion you had at the round table. Mm-hmm. And I would encourage, you know, families and everyone who's looking at this, and even myself, to find those things within these 6, you know, care for the others. The environment falls squarely within care for others in that it's community, and innovate falls squarely within express creativity, right? Mm-hmm. Novel ideas. And I'm guessing that you've probably punched holes in this until you found it captured a lot of what may not be on paper. Is that right?
Yes, and I would say we're simultaneously trying to make these as broad as we can and as specific as they can be, right? Mm-hmm. So how can we get to the heart of certain things, but also accept a wide body of evidence for mastery of these things? Mm-hmm. And yes, I will tell you that creativity was one of the toughest ones. We have had great debate around that word and what it means, and specifically which content areas it might address. It has been in and out and all around, but it is here and winning the day in the moment. But yes, right. How can we look at what students are doing and where their interests are and where their passions are? And how can we let their choices around those things be used as evidence to these broad 6 competencies?
And I would, as a final comment, I would just say that though this is an exercise this is a practice and a curriculum, really a piece that you intend to roll out, I would suggest that it was really a rolling up of a lot of what you already do. Mm-hmm. That our graduates are already this, but we're codifying it in such a way that we can work towards it flawlessly and measure it, as you said. But the rolling up of what we do already, I see our graduates already in this list, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and to be fair, and to Lisa's previous point, we sort of inadvertently had an opportunity to pilot this in the spring of 2020 when we all were home for that period of time, and we were not able to offer a traditional senior internship experience. We did get a group of people together to put their heads together around this sort of work. It was not this same thing, but it was similar to where we are with this. And to say, hey, seniors, as part of a senior experience, you can choose to put together a portfolio that illustrates what you can do. And some of what came out of that was really, and using your word, inspiring to see, you know, how much growth they had over time and what sorts of activities and learning experiences really impacted them. And the reflection that's evident just in the process is in and of itself a learning experience. So we did that in the spring of 2020. A number of students elected to participate, and we offered it again last spring as well. Even though we were able to have some students participate in the internship, we continued to offer it because giving them choices as seniors is great, obviously, but also to get some information about what are the struggles in the process and what did students like about it. We actually were able to cultivate some exemplars that we're going to use as we roll this out with the current junior class. So being able to do it on a small scale initially really has taught us a lot. And I'm grateful for that opportunity.
Thanks, Julie.
Sure. Dan. Great. So what this looks like, we're proposing that students can demonstrate their mastery through the creation and demonstration of a digital portfolio. So essentially, we want them to collect and refine artifacts of their mastery in each of the 6 areas over time, over the course of their 4 years, and to reflect on those artifacts and ultimately to present them to staff and other students, their peers. And as we've worked through the process, we've talked about, we want to not only see evidence of the skills, the competencies, but we also want to see evidence of variety in the tasks. So you can see mirrored here, we're in a place where we're looking for artifacts to include examples from each of those broad areas that we talked about just moments ago when we talked about the graduation requirements. We want to see an example from STEM. We want to see an example from humanities. We want to see an example from PE and health to sort of tie in the notion that our graduates have to have a variety of skills, but they also have to have competency in various subject areas. And again, to your point, Taffy, they do. We're just looking to sort of memorialize that here. And again, looking for a variety of the modes of work. We would like to see their writing. We would like to see how they collaborate with one another. We know during COVID that collaboration and interpersonal relationships are more crucial than ever. So do they have the ability to work collaboratively with a team? We have to ensure that before they leave us. And then of course, digital literacy is always a piece here. Can they identify valid sources to support their position? So all of this is still a work in progress. We're still developing materials around how to present this to students in a cohesive and clear way. But again, the first set of portfolios will be presented next year when our class of 2023 are seniors. So we are already beginning to roll out some of this process to all students in grades 9 through 11. Essentially, we're framing the whole 4-year experience and then looking at how to pare it down for students who are already beyond that first year, if that makes sense. So the students will construct a digital portfolio that is looking like it's going to be housed on a Google site. We have a lot of resources already on how to construct a Google site, and that would be something that students can learn along the way. And ultimately, the idea is that their artifacts and evidence and reflections that are housed on that Google site will be presented in a live format to their peers and to staff members for evaluation. Have they mastered those competencies? So that's a general sense of what the assessment will look like. And the plan is, Dan, if you can go to the next slide, the plan is to use an existing structure of advisory to implement this process. If you're not familiar, we have had a longstanding advisory program at the high school. Typically, we meet up until now, I would say once or twice a month. Students are in small groups, 10 to 12 students per adult, and they follow that adult advisor over the course of their 4 years. The idea there is to establish relationships between the students in that group and that one adult person. And by doing this work in advisory, in addition to the existing advisory work we're already doing, which includes mindfulness and DBT skills, and things like that, I think it will only create a stronger bond between the students who are there and the adult who is supporting them. This is a very broad outline of kind of what things will look like over the course of 4 years. The sense is to wait until spring of freshman year to really introduce it, let them get their feet wet, understand what it's like to be a high schooler before we kind of hit them with this. Spend 10th and 11th grade really getting those artifacts into the folder, looking at how they're making the choices and how they best represent their work. Having that advisor check in on the progress. How are you doing? Are you making progress? Are you on track to be ready, right? All of it is about structures to make sure they get where they need to be. Ultimately, to make that presentation in the middle of senior year, in January of senior year, in order to give us time to ensure that we're supporting any students who are not able to demonstrate their mastery by that point in time, really to ensure everyone can graduate on time. And Dan, I think I have one more slide here. So there's still work to be done. Obviously, we're looking at how to visually illustrate what the graduate looks like, what the portrait of the graduate looks like. There is a digital design contest that's ongoing right now. We're asking for student submissions. Obviously, we're still working on rolling this out, dependent on, the conversation that we have here. That's one piece of it. And looking at how we're incorporating portrait of the graduate language in everyday classroom dialogue. So how do we signal to students, this is something that you should consider for your portfolio? So how can we have teachers incorporating the language of the portfolio into their classrooms? And then continuing to design the systems for how the presentation will ultimately be evaluated and how we support students who may not demonstrate their mastery the first time around, or any special considerations for special populations. I would say this is a great deal of work and very much needs a dedicated person who can oversee this process. And that is something that I'm currently grappling with and working through. But certainly there is no lack of people who are interested in this conversation. I think it is a really exciting thing that we're doing. And we've had many, many volunteers, teachers who want to serve on the committee or to give their input because, I think we all want to rally around how we put our best feet forward, if you will, for a broader community.
Julie, this is amazing. Is this, do you foresee that in year 2023, when this is done, or when it's been rolled out for the first year and perhaps future years, that some of the outcomes, some of the results, the digital portfolio could be public facing? In other words, I'm of course thinking, okay, this is how we talk about the Weston schools out in the world by sharing extraordinary portraits of our kids. And is that something that you need to work in now as far as permissions go, or is that even how you see it? Or is it really just, mastery for that student and something for them to be proud of course, in their lives, but can it be used in a public facing way?
I think it could be. I mean, I'll be honest and say it's not something that I have necessarily thought a lot about.
No, no, you're thinking about the right things right now, but I'm just thinking to the future.
Yeah, I think it could be. I mean, certainly through the trainings that we've been to, there are many versions of this that have been shared. Here, here's an exemplar student presentation, and I sort of go to, how do we use it as a professional learning tool, right, for colleagues who are embarking in this process? I think you're thinking a little bit of a different audience, but it's all on the table. I mean, you're right. It's going to be a few years down the road when we've really perfected the process. But certainly always thinking about what more can we do with this? Because we know that our students are phenomenal. And I think that they will ultimately feel a lot of confidence coming out of the process. So perhaps there's a survey that happens at the end of the first couple of times that we do this, to see how they're feeling about whether they would want this thing to be published in a broader forum. But certainly something to keep thinking about.
Julie, this is fantastic. I thank you and the staff for pulling this all together. I think this is really powerful. But if you go back to the vision slide, Dan, and this is maybe a question for Lisa. High school is the end of that 12, 13-year journey for our students, right? How do we envision, this vision, being that thread that connects the students from school to school, right? Because I think this slide is a great slide. And the question is, thinking more broadly about this, is this something that is really only starts in 9th grade, but really starts much earlier than that, so that the portrait of a graduate is really the culmination, not only of 4 years, but of 12 or 13 years in the school system. And I think that's something maybe to think about. I don't know, Lisa, if you have any thoughts on that.
No, Tony, you're exactly right. And it brings to mind, for example, when you kind of systematize things and do things at scale. For example, when we started the sophomore writing portfolio, we then realized that we wanted to make there be an 8th grade writing portfolio. And I think that these core, characteristics, whatever you want to call them, the thinking critically, communicating with a purpose, solving problems, all of those things are key to our district mission. And these are the sort of the core beliefs that at some point we have to be very direct and transparent so that the students understand what they're working towards, as well as the adults. And granted, that comes out in different ways at each age group. Nowhere did it become more clear to me about the link that the graduates had to the entire staff was when I had the privilege of delivering thank you notes to teachers K-12 at the beginning of the year that our graduates wrote on the morning of graduation. And when I went to, classrooms in 4th grade, in 2nd grade, looking for the 1st grade teacher, the 7th grade teacher that touched these students' lives, I think that it's a very powerful vehicle by which, we can sort of put under a district umbrella. It reminds me of, we're always talking about how can we sort of reimagine student growth and success? How can we reimagine it in a way that expresses the creativity, that innovative spirit, that they own their learning, that they could make choices on their learning, that they know who they are when they leave Weston High School. That is most definitely something that once we get this all settled with this junior class, because there's a lot of work that has to be done that needs to be focused on specifically for them, but to be able to then expand this and how to appropriately do it. And I would say the first thing is to start the conversation and start we're 4 schools, but we're one district. And that's the big message to our staff. We are one district, and we can't do it at the high school without your support and best efforts at the other school. So kind of a long-winded answer to say, you're exactly right. This is where we need to head with this, to really reimagine and honor that student growth and achievement in a very, very different way that isn't about necessarily test scores and more traditional ways of measuring it.
On the flip side of that, Lisa, first of all, thank you. I also think that this looks fantastic, but I've got some questions, and maybe some of them still need to be ironed out. But on the flip side of that, as someone who moved into the district with an older child or older kids, how are we going to handle that if somebody moves in, say, their junior year or senior year? Are you going to use what you're doing right now with the class of 2023 as a template, or do we need to do anything as far as the policy is concerned to make sure that we address any sort of late transferees?
Again, I would say that it's not about a policy, Sharon. It's about sort of what we did for the writing portfolio. And that's what and I'll let Julie speak. It's sort of building it into the process, because there is a reality here of people coming from outside the district, and how then to also honor and value their work. Julie?
Sure, and it's a good point. So we've had some, I don't have a specific answer for you yet. It is something that's still to be ironed out, but we have had some conversation around, do all of the artifacts need to come from work that was completed at Weston High School? Because we know that students learn in a variety of capacities and places. Even if they are students of Weston for their entire 13 years, learning happens in all kinds of environments. So there has been conversation around, certainly some of these things need to be reflective of coursework completed at Weston High School, but there is probably going to be some element of choice of other artifacts that could be included here, which might include artifacts from other schools or artifacts from sort of co-curricular or extracurricular activities, things like that. But yes, that's all part of the process of how we remediate, how we reshape and refine this broad scope project for something that might be an abbreviated process. I can't say that it will be exactly the same as what we do for the class of 2023, but that will certainly guide us in our thinking.
Great. Actually, yeah, the care for others. I mean, the thought of possibly, be kind, be human, be both, right? Humankind. The thought of incorporating, volunteerism and things like that as part of their care for others, I would think would be a fantastic thing to include in there. Another question for you, and that is, and I'm just trying to get my head around it, when they have their final product or the project is complete, is it a verbal presentation that they're going to be giving in advisory? Is it a verbal presentation they're going to be giving to a board of administrators? How, you mentioned something about the peers. How can you walk us through how that is meant to work?
Again, still something that we're working on, but the thought is to incorporate peers in some way. Now, we want it to be a live presentation because we value presentation skills, but do we want it to be such a nerve-wracking experience that you're sitting in front of a room full of 50 people? No. Obviously, there has to be staff members there because there has to be evaluators, but is it the entire panel of administrators? Again, no. So who needs to be there in order for the student to have a rich presentation experience, in order for the student to have some questions that they might have to entertain about their portfolio, but not to make it so much that the presentation is the most anxiety producing aspect of this, right? Again, like we want the whole thing to be a sort of a learning experience. So as students have to speak to their work, they also reflect on that work even more than they may have already coming into the project. So we are looking at how do we have a student audience and how do we have evaluators in the room, but in a way that's balanced, and obviously in a way that can serve the entire senior class at one time. So how do we truly administer the evaluation of these projects, which is something obviously that we continue to work on.
Great.
The other thing, if I could just add, the other thing is the timeline. We can't be doing this the week before graduation. That's why a lot of collecting of the work, is done. And this is also the coursework. It's not additional work. It's work that they're doing. But that being said, we need a safety valve. If someone can't meet the, presentation, we have to have time in there to be able to remediate and make sure that the student meets the graduation requirement. So the timeline is going to be critical.
I agree actually with the timeline. As a parent of a current senior, the fall of senior year is, as we know, really busy, making sure that essay is right, making sure the Common App and all the applications are filled out in schools and visits and things like that. So focusing on this perhaps spring of junior year, I know that they're doing ACT, SATs and things like that then, but probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Obviously, you said January was a time frame for the actual final project. I think that that's really wise after all the applications are due, but I think the fall of senior year is going to be super tricky trying to get them to focus on this.
Yes, I agree. And I'll tell you, our planning team wholeheartedly agrees. We met over the summer, and at that point, they very specifically said there's no way that they can still be refining their choice of artifacts in senior year. Like they have to have those artifacts chosen by the end of senior year and the reflections done. So that senior year is just focused on getting it up onto the site, which they may have already started in junior year, but like if you're, as behind as you can be with this process, with everything moving along, they're putting things up on the site and then they're preparing for the presentation. But really to get the reflection piece and the choosing of the artifacts done before senior year. Agree.
Great. Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I love this too. And I know that it fits the Connecticut requirements and it's fitting the requirements for the accreditation. But beyond that, it seems like such a great addition to what we do here at Weston and kind of capturing that. I wanted to piggyback on what Taffy was saying about audience, what Sharon was saying about timeline. And I was wondering if there's any thought to being able to incorporate college counseling in this and being able to use some of what they produce in this project and bring it into how they do their application processes, especially as we start to dial back the importance of standardized testing and try to get a more richer view of the student. Is there any way or any thought of trying to leverage some of this work in that space?
I would say it's not something that has been at the forefront of the thinking or the process. Certainly I can speak with Randy Green about it. Our director of counseling, Meredith Starzik, has been part of the planning team. And so she often represents the college point of view, but certainly as we continue to plan, it's always worth thinking about how are the things we're already doing going to benefit students in other forums. So I can't say specifically that it will, but certainly it's worth investigating.
I would also add, and I agree, I think that this will touch many processes, including the college process. For example, if the students are focusing on writing these reflections junior year and really understanding, am I ready for this next step and what it means and who I am as a learner, that has to translate in a college interview. Our kids are articulate. I can only imagine from the presentations I heard for the other 2 springs, when they start talking with this kind of a focus, it's very impressive. So you look at something like that, you look at how some of those reflection pieces may even be used then if someone is struggling with their college essay, you look at the teachers and the counselors who are writing these letters of recommendation to be able to weave that in as the process is, might not be finished by October, November, when most of our students apply, but it's to Tony's point, it becomes part of who we are as a school and a district, and it will have to show up in many other ways. And then, of course, the final thing, I always think of like, what if somebody's on a wait list? What if something happens and you really want to be able to say, I want to go to this school and here is who I am as a Weston graduate. Look at my electronic portfolio. That all can be encouraged, I think. And it's, as you said, Bernie, it's really powerful.
Any other questions or comments from other board members? Okay, great. Again, thank you, Julie, for great work, and thank you to the entire staff for pulling all of this together. This is truly powerful. Now we're going to interrupt our regularly scheduled programming to hear from our student reps who are on. So Carly and Jake, take it away.
Hi, sorry, we had trouble finding the meeting link, so.
But we were watching, so we will bring pictures next time. So
okay.
We have an exciting week. It's our first homecoming back. The spirit is really high already. We have a great group on our student government team this year working to sort of make every single piece of the puzzle come together. We're starting off with our dress ups this week. Today was pajama day. We had a really high participation. We waited outside the school and welcomed the students in this morning. And right now we actually have a spike ball tournament going on.
Yeah, that got some of the most amount of people like I've ever seen for an event. We got like 32 teams of 2 or something like that. So
we have about like
there's a
65
lot of people.
kids.
Yeah, it's a great event and there's a lot of spirit for it. So.
And we have another trivia night event coming up this week. We have dress ups all throughout the week. And then we have homecoming on Friday. So we have our powder puff game, which our juniors and senior girls are very excited to participate in. We have a new system that we are implementing at the school to sort of unite the grades a little bit more and bring in the underclassmen into these traditions. We've decided to pair the junior and freshman class and the sophomore and senior classes in sort of a fun year-long competition for points. So at all of these homecoming weeks, we'll have different games and game nights that will earn points towards the teams. And throughout the year, there'll be prizes and shout outs to the teams to sort of unite the grades and bond our upperclassmen and underclassmen. And hopefully this tradition will carry on long after we leave. But that's the bulk of our week this week. We have our floats coming for the homecoming games. So we're really excited to show the community how we've sort of brought that spirit back.
Yeah, and also relating to sort of giving back and stuff like that, we've seen some really great energy going into the year from a lot of the students, and this year for our our entire student body initiative, we're pushing to work with person to person. And we're working with Miss Garoon, who used to work in the Weston High School. So we have great communication with her. So we get a lot of events and stuff like that and initiatives. So like the past 2 weeks, we've already had two initiatives. Like last week, we were doing like serving clients, moving around furniture at the Darien site, and shelving and packaging non-perishable foods and stuff like that, and just organizing clothing and stuff like that. So it's been really great, and we have a lot of stuff planned for the future, and we're constantly in contact with Ms. Garon, so it's great.
And we've just seen that all the students have been really eager to get back out in all the ways that they can. I've never seen so much spirit for a homecoming week, and I'm really excited to see how the rest of the year pans out.
Carly, is the homecoming week across the high school or all schools?
Right now, it's just for the high school, our homecoming week. I know that there are spirit events. I believe that there are like dress ups and other events. I know at least at the middle school, and I'm sure like pajama days and things are carried on. But yeah, just the bulk of the homecoming events are happening at the high school level.
And are you guys, do you organize anything that crosses over into the other schools? So service projects that help the little kids or work with the little kids. Is there any crossover there?
Well, we have in the past. I know student government has done that specifically in the past, like worked with, there was a storybook making initiative that we did. And we will definitely get into like incorporating the other schools.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, it's just, I know you seem like you are so on top of it, and I'm so excited to hear all your news every month. And I just wanted to ask, because I think there's so much incredible value in the big kids, strutting their stuff with the little kids. And it just gives the kids a vision for the portrait of a graduate that they want to become,
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a ton of aspects that we're working to sort of connect our students. We had some tutor opportunities through the high school, reaching down, especially all the way to the elementary level. I feel like there's a little bit of communication, I think, between the middle school and the high school, but we've seen like more recently that there's been that push. And I know in other departments, there are teachers as well and faculty who've been working to bridge that gap. Right now, I'm working with the head of the English department, Ms. De Buono. She's really passionate about like, we want to start these little free libraries for like books, and we're sort of looking to see how we can spread that throughout all the schools as the year goes on. So we're definitely looking for those initiatives.
Yeah, I think you guys are just heroes in their eyes. And the more they see of you, the more they want to be like you, as do I, frankly.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Oh, I have a question. How does it feel? I mean, do you feel at the high school that kind of turning out to be a little bit more of a normal year?
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely changed a lot, I feel like, from last year, and especially just like seeing like all the spirit come back up. Like even something like silly like today with pajama day, like there was a lot of people coming in with their pajamas, and it was sort of like a fun reminder of like of normal times and stuff like that. So I definitely feel like it's a lot more normal. They're having like the in-class conversations with other classmates, going back to just normal sort of classroom life, it's definitely gone up. So
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, it was great hearing from you. You don't need to stay on, but if you'd like, you're welcome. But thanks again, and we look forward to hearing from you next month. Thank you. Thanks. Let's move to the next agenda item, which is the summative assessment report. Lisa, I guess I'll hand that to you.
Thank you. And I will hand it to Dr. Craw, the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. With the caveat that you may remember in the past, we did the summative assessment report, and at the same time, we did this statistical report on colleges. And Director of School Counseling Meredith Starzyk would also be here presenting with us. The decision was made to do the assessments in October, and then we will be doing the college statistical piece report in November. So if you're looking for it, it will be done in November, and Ms. Starzyk will be at that board meeting. Dr. Craw, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to present this report on behalf of the administration. And tonight, we're going to look at a portfolio of assessments, and they look specifically at skills that are tested on annual assessments, such as the SBA, NGSS, SAT, ACT. Internally, we assess writing because these other assessments do not necessarily assess writing. So we've included the writing portfolio in this presentation, and that's highlighted here at the top of the assessment framework. Obviously, other kinds of assessments are important, but we're going to focus in on these. And as Lisa said, in November, we're going to follow up with the college matriculation statistical report, and we'll look at the class of 2021 at that time. And there are many reasons to present this report and to learn from it. But I think one of the big things this year is, what was the impact of the pandemic on our results on these annual assessments? So we're going to take a look at that in this slide deck. And as we all know, back in 2020, we went out on remote learning for a period of time. And then all of last year, the system moved from hybrid into remote, in person, various learning models throughout the year. And schooling looked different for students and teachers. Kids were physically distanced, desks were in rows, spaced out, everyone was wearing masks. And we had teachers at the beginning of last year really having two groups of students, the ones that were in person that they were teaching concurrently with those students who were at home. So they really did a great job managing that and the new technology along with it. So schooling looked different, and testing also was a little different. Some of the VDL learners were able to come in and take their tests in person, but others took their tests remotely, and that was brand new for SBA and NGSS. First time ever that we had remote testing for those assessments. So in receiving the results from the state, they did give us a caveat, given all the differences across the state with 170 different districts learning in various modes. Some students learning remotely while others are in person, some districts completely remote. And so they just gave us a caution about, as we make comparisons to previous years and to other districts, that's not necessarily apples to apples. But I understand the need, and for the board and the community to get a sense of, how do we stand in comparison to the DIRG? So I've kind of woven that into this presentation, sort of how how we achieved compared to comparable districts, and I do that cautiously in this report. The data was presented to us differently this year as well. Students were classified into a different learning model based on their attendance, and we reported attendance information all throughout last year. And for the most part, most of our students at the elementary level were classified in this mostly in-person category. At the middle and high school in the hybrid category, but you have other districts that might have had, kids classified all three, or primarily in the mostly remote or fully in person. It really depended on the district. But we received 3 tiers of data, and the state published that for everyone to see in 3 different groups. So we didn't actually get aggregates for all the other districts. So I had to do some interpretation there. So at this point, what I think I'll do is I'll run through the different assessments with brief overview and then come back with opportunity for your questions. And as we all know, the Connecticut School Day SAT is administered in the springtime, and there are 2 main components: the evidence-based reading and writing, and the math. Does not include an essay component. And this version goes back to 2015-16. That was the first version of the test. Many students at that time did not, accept those results and pass them on to college. They were still between the 2 different tests at that time, and some were more favorable, thinking they'd send their previous version scores. But the SAT was given to all juniors last spring. The achievement is on 4 different levels. And our historical trend is presented here for the EBRW. This is the average score out of 800. We were slightly above the last couple of years in EBRW at 612. Our highest in recent history was in the 2016-17 class at 626. You're going to see, these are very strong results for the school day SAT. And historically, Weston High School has had strong results in these years. And generally, you see Weston in the top 3 to 5 every year. And a lot of the Durgay districts just jockey for position and very small differences in increments between them. But the state also reports the percent of students who meet goal level 3 and above. And we had slightly higher percentage at 88.4% in the 2018-19 school year. So that's very, very positive. But when we look at this across the DERG, and we look at a DERG average for the level 3 and above, which means the percentage of students that scored a 480 or higher on the SAT, 88.4%. That's within 1 percentage point of the DERG average. And for Weston, we should always keep in mind that 1 percentage point with a class of, let's say, 200 students, we're really talking a 2 student per percentage point difference, probably even less when we get to the lower schools when we have smaller classes. So to keep that in mind. But the average score of a 612, higher than the DERG average, that was the highest average in the state by my look at the aggregate data. And then if we move to math, again, strong trends in math and a higher average score in math than in 2018-19 and the year before that. Similar results to the 2016-17 year. The percent at level 3 and above, a good jump from the previous year, 2018-19. But again, I'll caveat that that's probably a 12 student difference reaching goal if we use what I just was mentioning with the percent, 1% equaling 2 students. And then if we look at the Durgay comparison here, Weston's percent level 3 and above at 80.7%. When I look at aggregate, if I try to do a composite looking at those top districts, Weston's score there at 80.7 is the top in the state. And then if we look at the average score of 607, that's number 2 in the state. So moving on from SAT to ACT, we have seen more and more students take the ACT in preparation for
Dan, sorry to interrupt. Can I jump in with questions before you move on to the ACT, or would you rather just go all the way through?
Why don't I do this, Taffy? Let me do SAT, ACT, and AP, and then take questions, and then I'll go on to SBA and finish the presentation because these three are,
Sure.
they're connected.
Yeah.
So the ACT is on a scale of 1 to 36. And the story here is only 44 students took the ACT when our trend has been more and more students are opting for the ACT over the SAT over the previous years. Now, it makes sense because in 2020, they didn't have a chance because we went fully remote. Their colleges, College Board was not offering the tests. We did offer the ACT in the fall of 2020, but we, at that point, I think students had already made some decisions about how they were positioning themselves for college. But you could see of those students who took it, results were strong there, and there was less emphasis in the college process on these, college entrance exams. Moving on to AP, we have a wide variety of AP courses. AP exams are scored on a 5-point scale. Of note here is that the AP was offered in 3 administrations and for the first time in a remote opportunity. Most of our students took the opportunity for the paper and pencil assessment. And here's the listing of our courses and the number of students who sat for those exams in the various areas. A few courses where students took an exam that we, for a course we did not offer at that time, which was great to see. This chart here on AP participation and performance tells us that, with 276 students taking at least one exam, slightly lower percentage of 67% taking at least one AP exam. And that's in direct correlation to the fact that we had 140 exams canceled by students. The College Board offered students the opportunity, given the year, to have a full refund if they did not want to sit for the exam. But even still, we had 671 exams taken, and our passing rate was high. So the bottom line is our students were taking the AP courses. They sat for AP exams. They just didn't sit for as many of them. So if a student had registered for 6 exams, they may have only taken 1 or 2 in some cases. Passing rate here at 89%, consistent with previous year. This is always nice to show, and I think Meredith Starzik next month will probably talk more about this. But College Board offers certificates for students at various levels of performance and the number of AP exams that they've taken. So Taffy, I'll pause here, and for the rest of the board to take questions on those 3.
I'll defer to my colleagues if anyone has questions at this point.
I have a quick question. 2020, 54 AP scholars. It sounds as if, we went out in March. How did the kids take the AP exams? Were they online?
Lisa, do you?
Sorry, in 2020, yes, and remember, and Julie, feel free to add, that year, the tests, it really is like comparing apples and oranges. The tests were different that year. They modified the tests. The students even talked about it. Dare I say they were easier. They had to, they didn't have to perform as, there weren't as many tasks on the test. It was a modified assessment.
The curriculum was also truncated for that year.
They had to.
Yep, that makes sense. I was surprised that as many students had actually taken the AP exams that they're even able to take them online, but I guess they just had to in a crunch. Okay, sorry.
Well, they took them online, and remember, they're also often used for placement in college and things like that. So that's what happened there.
Okay.
Sorry, I was on mute. I have a question. What does the asterisk mean that we had no national AP scholars in 2021? Or should I read how should I read the asterisk?
You should read the asterisk as in two ways. One, you're correct. We did not have any national scholars, given the fact that we did have a lot of cancellations, right? So students did not take as many of those exams. But also read it as we had one student with an even higher designation of the International Diploma Award.
Okay.
And
All right. Now, just related to that, in years past, if I look at one of the slides, what we did is we basically showed the number of students who scored 3, 4, 5, do we have that chart?
I don't have it in this report, Tony. We can share that in the November meeting. One of the things I would say is if we go back here and look at some of these courses where you have 1, 2, I mean, where it could be easily identifiable of a particular student and their score, we would want to suppress that information. So much like
no, but I think Tony's asking the reason. I don't want to speak for you, Tony, but the AP exams are really become significant and relevant when you hit 4 and specifically 5, as far as having that credit count towards your college year. So 3s are less. It's kind of a lower bar, right?
No, absolutely. And we'll share that. We'll share those numbers. What I'm saying is for an exam where you have, 1 student, 2 student, we put those numbers up in their score of, let's say, 1, whatever it is, a 1 through 5. You just got to be careful that we're not calling anyone out that could be identified with a particular score. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not an issue with the numbers for most of these courses, right? Because you're going
to that's only 2 classes here that has, or 3 classes that has one student.
If I may, we can have that for you in November. One of the interesting things I always find when I look at that kind of spread is well, like for example, German language, we don't even offer German. So, however that child learned it and took the test, that's quite an accomplishment. The numbers also tell a story. For example, if you look at psychology and you have 64 students, you look at government and you have 50, you look at human geography, brand new course. It also provides us some with internal data. For example, we encourage students to take AP Psych, students that may not have taken any AP course except that course. And it's interesting to see how those students fare, especially when we've increased access, if you will, to certain AP courses. So it sort of tells that story as well. Someone getting a 3, that's a big deal if the student had never taken an AP. We can get you that for November.
Can I ask this is a silly question, and I'm sorry, but I'm new, so that's why I'm asking it. Is it a requirement of Weston's for a student to take at least 1 AP?
No, but one of the reasons that we moved to offering, for example, economics. Years ago, we never even offered AP economics. People said, oh, well, we don't need it. We offer regular economics. For us, it's all about rigor and challenging the students where they want to be challenged. If there is a student, their senior year, that wants to be challenged in something like environmental science, in the human geography, in a psych course or a government, we would encourage, if there were spaces, to take that, because that in itself, that experience, and again, we're talking about preparing students, is very valuable for that particular student. One other thing I just want to do is special shout out to Northfield Church and the Kiwanis who had to accommodate us in using that room over there. They were so hospitable and talking about a community partnership. I wanted to publicly, again, acknowledge them for letting us test at Northfield.
That was nice.
Any other questions from board members before we move on?
Just question, the only question I had, that we don't have the, you know what, no, I'm fine. I'll take this one.
Come back to other questions for this area if something comes to mind.
Perfect.
So I will move on, and obviously, excuse me, the first part of this.
I guess one question I always ask before we move on, because these are kind of, broadly speaking, the numbers, for the high school look good and, but what is it that, when you peel through the numbers, right? Anything in those numbers that you feel are concerning that you need to act on? Because it's very hard for us to look at these numbers, you're where we rank in the state in terms of these scores are good. All of these, are looking good. But for the high school what in there do you discuss to say when we peel through all of this that, there's a few areas here that, we really need to kind of spend some time and work on them.
Yeah.
Or if there isn't any, that's fine too.
I think, Tony, and this is a conversation Julie Gavoni and I have had, that, this group that tested in, last spring, these are current seniors who took the school day SAT. They had the benefit of a full freshman year, an almost full sophomore year before last year's pandemic year. We know that we have to accelerate learning with the the current sophomores and juniors, because they didn't necessarily have that 2 years, let's say, under their belt coming in to that school day SAT. So we know that we need to keep focused on that. But yes, you're right. These are really strong scores. And I think when you look at the lower schools and the WIS and the middle school, we have some work to do. We've built our goals around the reading and math in those areas as this segue to the smarter balanced assessment. So I think
I think we'll have a lot of questions about that, but I was speaking more about the high school and whether there's anything as you underline the data, as you look at it more granularly, if there's anything that strikes you as things you need to spend some more time on.
If I may, please, Julie, feel free to jump in. What struck me, Tony, is, the work that we did this summer and looking specifically at the K-8 scores and specifically in the areas of obviously reading, but especially in math, then begs the question, I think, at the high school, where you do have, good SAT scores, if you can, we have the 5-year trend, if we can look at the cohort of students that are in that standard math class that took that SAT, what were their scores? And what then, looking at their scores, if we can analyze to see perhaps what weaknesses that they, in the curriculum and instruction that they could have scored higher. I don't know. I think that's definitely a place to start, because we have really pinpointed looking at that standard track at the high school. Julie?
Yes, I would agree. I would also add that all of these results come with data at a more detailed level. So for example, the AP score reports come to the teachers with instructional planning reports, which actually break out by content and skill where students scored higher or had more challenges. So teachers dig into that at a very specific level to be able to tailor their curriculum and the tasks that they're using in the classroom, obviously to benefit a next cohort of students when we're talking about AP. But similarly, if we talk about the other assessments, as those reports come in, this is work that we continue to do. Dan DeVito is great about helping us dig into the data on a granular level, and also to be able to look at this data alongside other existing, what I'll call in-house data, assessment data from organic assessments that we produce at the high school. So do they speak to the same things, or is there something that the standardized testing is showing that maybe our in-house data is not? So data analysis is a hugely involved task. I will publicly acknowledge Dan for all of his good work in that area, and we continue to have him in as much as we can to look at what is the data really telling us. And then, yes, once we do that analysis, it has to get to the individual teachers.
Yeah.
To speak to how it's being addressed at the classroom level.
That's very
Thank you.
helpful.
Okay, moving on. to the second half of the report, looking primarily in grades 3 through 8 with the Smarter Balanced Assessment at ELA and math. Interestingly, the Smarter Balanced Assessment has a performance task in math. The ELA section does not. The ELA section is primarily a test of reading, response to reading. And there are 4 achievement levels for the SBA, similar to the school day SAT. I'm showing here the historic data over the past, well, 5 years, 5 of the 6 years we have data going back to 2016. And I show this chart because it shows us by grade across the horizontal rows, the scores for different cohorts, which is helpful in some way. But also, if you follow the colors diagonally, for example, in purple, and follow from grade 3 to grade 8, you can see the performance of a cohort. Granted, it is an unmatched cohort because some students will come into the cohort or leave the cohort over time. But you can see generally how, at least in that purple cohort there, the scores have trended.
And when we looked at this last time, it did not have 2021 in it. I know we looked at this before.
Yes, I shared at a curriculum committee meeting this chart. It did, I believe it did have 2021.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I think what is helpful is if we are to take a look at how what was the effect of the pandemic on the scores in relation to 2018-19. If we take a look at that, we see in ELA the impact wasn't as great as the math was, as you'll see shortly. In grades, obviously 4 and 8, we had a drop there, but for the most part, similar trends to 2018-19. And when we look at the DERG in red and Weston in blue, we follow a similar pattern as the DERG for grades 4 through 7, 2 percentage points below the DERG in those grades, a little wider gap in grades 3 through 8 compared to the DERG average.
Just a question. I just have a question. Just a data question. In the slide before, Weston in grade 8 was 74, and in slide 25, Weston is slide 25.
25.
Next one, it's 75.1. Am I looking at something? Should I be looking at the same number, or am I looking at something different?
74, 75. So where, so there may be a difference due to having both in-person and remote testers in there on this particular slide, slide 24.
Yeah.
Because we're able to include that. When we're comparing to the DERG, I am just comparing in-person testers to compare apples to apples, because I do not have the benefit of all of their scores for for their district. Mm-hmm. There are some remote testers, and they, some of those results were suppressed by the state.
Can you stay on that slide for a second? I appreciate how the pattern is presented here, that we are in sync with the DERG.
The up-down scheme, like for a particular grade, it seems a little higher, or lower.
Right, that we're moving with the line. I'm not sure what that tells me, though. I mean, why is it that every 6th grade across the DERG had a dip? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why, if this is reassuring in any way. And I suppose I want to see that line with more years than this one. I want to see it in comparison to 2019 and 2020, 2018, et cetera.
Right, and I think that it's a very perceptive point. It is reassuring in some way that a particular grade, the assessment may have been more challenging across the board. for all the districts. And so we see that, and you notice even the state in some cases really kind of follows that too. The state overall for the state. So that is something it's helpful for us to look at, and that's why we decided to present this visually like this.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we should do is we should also look at where we rank, because averages versus us, I mean, that we don't really know, because if we're 75 and the average is 79, that means there must be some schools in the mid 80s, right?
That's it.
So-
That's right. I just, as much as this is reassuring to me, I feel like there's a bunch of data that's missing. And not because, not intentionally, Ken, I'm just saying I want to see it so that I can better understand.
Yeah, I don't take that personally. We're trying to be as transparent possible.
Yeah.
ELA, we trended very similar to we have in the past, but we need to still get into that 80 to 85% where we see the top of the DIRG. Now, it's very hard this year because the state did not present aggregate numbers for all the districts to give you, we'd have to try to do some calculations to do that. And quite frankly, I think we've been cautioned against, trying to figure out and share individual district results and compare those. But I think, Tony, you're spot on. There are those in the DIRG that are higher, pushing the 80s, and we are just below the DIRG average here.
And I did also want to jump in, Taffy, and just you're astute with your grade 6 dip. That seems to be everyone dips. That's actually one of the highest chances of that grade being a transitional grade, and so historically, transitional grades tend to dip a little bit more when it comes to the smarter balanced. And that is something that I've personally seen over the years, is 6th grade tends to have a stronger dip, regardless of it being a pandemic year or non-pandemic year.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not concerned about the rate rises and falls at these particular grade levels at all. I'm obviously, as Tony said, you want to see our blue line well above the orange line, and then it can dip all at once in sync with the rest of the DIRG. I just want to see it well above, and I think we all do. I think, as you said, Ken, we all want to see it well above the orange line. Being the top district, the high performing district that we are.
I just have a quick question too. In terms of foreshadowing future effects on the SAT, the highest, am I correct in thinking that the highest level math required to take the SAT is Algebra 1 and possibly geometry? Just Algebra 1, the highest level math?
Algebra 1, geometry, and some Algebra 2 concepts.
And some Algebra 2. So in looking at where we're going to possibly be or be concerned in the future for SATs, where were our Algebra 1 kids during the pandemic? What grade is that, and what does that translate to our math scores that we're seeing here? And where were our geometry kids, and what grades, and where are they tracking with their math? I'm just trying to understand how we did in Algebra 1 during the pandemic, if that's going to be one of the key components that's going to revisit them junior year on the SAT, where our geometry kids stood.
Right. The algebra and geometry students will be anywhere between 7th and 10th grade, depending on where they are in their progression. And then, they obviously some of them will have gotten Algebra 2 by the end of 10th grade if they're further accelerated.
Perhaps it might be helpful to turn to those math slides, because what we're looking at is ELA, and then maybe we can speak directly to them.
Happy to. So here's the historical data for math, follows the same presentation pattern. And then here's a very different look than the previous one with ELA. We have some significant gaps in 5th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade here listed. We're also below the line in 3rd and 4th, and that 6th grade line, that has been an area we have been, just before the pandemic, we were targeting and looking at But that is an area that needs to be addressed as well. And our goals and action plans for the district are tied right into this particular chart that you see here, comparing, this is Weston 2018-19 to 2020-21. The red line being last year, the pandemic year. We know nationally that, from the MAP NWEA testing across the country, that across the country, districts were seeing lower achievement, significantly lower achievement in math than in ELA. We know that there was an impact of the pandemic because math is one of those subjects that really needs that in-person teaching and learning. But we have an issue here that I think is in combination with the pandemic. We do have some work to do in math that's beyond that because, we should be starting from a higher place.
Bernadette, if I
Can-
can, Bernadette, if I can kind of answer, give a little bit of my perspective on your question now, given my role as the former high school principal as well. So, and it kind of speaks to what we were talking about, what data we need to look at. So clearly, there is a concern in math. And I would encourage anyone seeing this to look at the action plan that is posted on the district, as well as the individual action plan and steps that have quantitative measures, evidence, indicators of success that we're aiming for right down to the classroom with the teacher goals. That being said, the most interesting information, if you say that, for example, students that take the SAT need to know algebra, geometry, and algebra 2. A little bit, I think there's about 9 or 10 questions of algebra 2 on the test for the SAT. So you look at that and you say to yourself, okay, students that have taken algebra 1 at the middle school, some having taken algebra 1 in geometry. When you look at their Smarter Balanced Assessment scores, they are knocking it out of the park. They are very high. There's high percentages of them meeting goal. Quite frankly, I'm not worried about those students. They come up into either geometry or algebra 2 honors. Then the next year they take, pre-calc, then they're taking that SAT with a real solid background in math. It's the standard level kids that, in that current 8th grade, these results, 52% of the students were in that standard 8 math. They are going up to the high school. So that's a little bit more than half. So that's where we have to worry. And as Julie said, some are going to be in algebra, some are going to be in accelerated algebra and geometry. The important data that we need to look at when we look at this and we say, okay, looking also to the future, but then taking our SAT data and the 5-year trend that we have and disaggregating it and looking at the students that had that trajectory in standard math in 8th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. What happened to them 9th, 10th, and 11th when they took that test? And then you work backwards, as Julie said, and you look and see, okay, how did our instruction match the test? Where are the gaps? We have to get way down at the granular level. And hats off to Dan DeVito for helping us. That's why one of the district goals speaks specifically to how to leverage these data analytics to make a difference. If we can't do it here, I don't know where you can do it because it's a small district. We know our kids. We have the resources to be able to figure this out. And I see this as a wake-up call that we have to figure it out. Pandemic, schmandemic, what happened 3-4 years ago? Right now, we got to figure it out and move these kids forward while reflecting at the same time. But it's kind of like we got to get in there. It's going to get messy and get it done.
Ken, if you would, maybe that next slide is what I was about to ask.
Yeah.
We have 2018, 2019 here in blue. We have, the DERG. That's what I was looking for. So how we can, go ahead.
Yeah, so you can see here significantly, below the DERG in grade 5, 6, and 8, and below the DERG in grade 3 as well. So yeah, I mean we're trending in a place that we don't want to be at this point, and we have shared this we've shared this information. We've been working with the SILs and the grade level teams, departments to try to implement the plan of action that we outlined in the district goals and school goals that the board has seen previously.
Ken, I think significantly below the DIRG is a nice way of saying that in many of these grades we're dead last. Okay, I think we have to really say this, and I think Lisa's right. This is a call to action, right? There is no reason why this district should be here where we are, and I think that we have to basically say it, get it out there, understand we have work to do, and like Lisa said, have very specific goals to make sure that we move from where we are today to a much better spot. It's incomprehensible that and I don't know how this happens, how we have a high school that's ranked significant, always in the top 5, and look at the scores that are in our lower schools and are disappointing at best. And I'm not sure how that happens, but certainly this is a wake-up call and a call to action, like Lisa said.
I just want to add.
I am encouraged that in the curriculum committee meeting, I want to reiterate that we went over a whole lot of action steps, a strategy in place that Lisa and Ken and the SILs, and the administrators and the schools have put into action. And I'm not sure whether you're going to review that today, Ken, but it's an important one, and it has goals and dates, and we need to meet those. We know that. I also heard in the curriculum meeting, for those of you who weren't there, that we're not going to wait till next year at this time to look at the numbers and see how we did. There are benchmarks and points across the year to assess and course correct as needed continuously. So that is the encouraging piece.
Mhm.
Were you going to say something to that effect, Lisa?
I'm sorry, I think I froze. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, because I missed half of what you said. Did you address me?
It's okay, Lisa.
I'm
No
sorry.
worries. I got my point out there.
Okay, I guess I would just say, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating it, we can do this work. We have an amazing staff. Ken and the SILs and we've really worked on figuring out with the principals' help how to do the work. We just have to do it. And I've said it before. If we can't do it here, I don't know where we can do it. And we have a gift with COVID. Yes, COVID gave us the gift in terms of the federal funding that is supporting the intervention, the resources, and the professional development. We have a limited amount of time for that to make use of that money. We're going to make use of every single dollar, and we're going to get this under control and move it ahead. That's it. That's our commitment. That's our collective responsibility.
Thanks, Lisa.
Moving on to the next generation science assessment. We do not have much historical data yet since the first administration was in 2019. We had very strong scores in 2019, and the plan that was in place to get to that point was very strong. But we do see the impact in 5th grade of going from 90 to 76% meeting goal, and much of that we focus more of our efforts on literacy and math. The 8th grade 79 down to 67, and then the high school maintained its results from 2019. When we compare and look at GSS in relation to the DIRG, 5th grade was comparable. Whereas in 2019, we were just about, I think, number 2 in the state, I think, at that point in 2019. In the middle school, we're below the DIRG average, and at the high school, above it significantly. And I believe, my estimate's around number 4 in the state for NGSS for the high school.
Do we look back and say, what did we do in 2019 that worked so well that we took away?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And Taffy, you're very familiar with the curriculum renewal process. there was really a lot of professional development. There were changes to curriculum, the scope and sequence to science, new resources that we brought in that helped us with students to teach the science and engineering practices that translated very well. What you're seeing here is the impact of the pandemic on science at the elementary and middle school. So I have every expectation that getting back to our the full curriculum in person learning to get us back to strong results we had in 2019.
So one of the reasons might have been because we switched the curriculum itself, that whole system of how we teach math.
Sure. Everyone across the state was presented with new standards for science, and it had been about 20 years since the standards for science had been updated. So we were responding to those changes with significant professional development and support, with all those things that I mentioned earlier, and that's all in place, right? So it's getting back to that this year. And I think, at the middle school, also looking at, because of the 3 tested grades, 8th grade was slightly below in 2019, where I think 5th grade and 11th grade were ranking. So it's working more closely with that team, that department, to really fully embed those science and engineering practices into their daily practice.
As a science teacher too, I just want to say that teaching things where you have the hands-on applications, especially at the lower levels, has to be so important to the kids' understanding. But think about things like gravity and abstract concepts. Doing labs and activities that are hands-on are really going to be important to that kind of learning. Now that we're coming back to being in person, I know we're still trying to grapple with working together in the classroom with COVID restrictions. Are the kids right now able to do what we want them to be able to do to kind of address some of these learning activities?
Yes, we're able to get back to doing the hands-on activities, the inquiry-based learning in the science labs that we had done previously, and that's huge. That's a real positive, and that was a challenge. And also at the elementary level, we focused our efforts more so on the literacy piece and the math piece, because given the limited time constraints that we had students in person, particularly in the first part of the year.
I have a question. This may be premature, but the mention was made of the ESSER funds, and can you guys characterize or share some high level ideas of how we're availing ourselves of those funds to address some of these things, or is that still very much in development?
No, Victor, that's very good question, and we have allocated the funds. We look at the most recent ARP ESSER funds, and much of that, is focused on math. And we have added the curriculum instructional leader K2 at Hurlbut to mirror the model that we have with literacy, with a CIL for math in Hurlbut and one in WIS. That's being supported by the ESSER funds, as well as additional interventionists, working between the schools to support students who need additional support. And those are key pieces, as well as some additional resources that we were going to stagger in the budget process, but we were able to get some resources earlier because we wanted to have those as soon as possible. So yes, I mean, those funds are being used to help us with our biggest area of need in math, also to some extent some intervention in reading as well. All right. And then finally, because these assessments that we've discussed previously do not assess process writing, we looked at an internal assessment of our own writing program, and it's a writing portfolio process in grades 8 and 10. Began in grade 10, as was alluded to earlier. Students have to cull their best pieces for this portfolio process in 8th grade and 10th grade. There are 4 pieces that go into the portfolio. As a result of the pandemic, we did adjust the contents where we usually have an on-demand in-class writing. We allowed them to have a student choice piece instead. We also, for scoring purposes, given we were remote in 2020 and in 2021, we had to look at our available time and resources, those educators who were scoring the portfolios, and it's primarily educators from within our school system. We do have some outside scorers in typical years that will come into the district. We'll calibrate. It's highly standardized process as we look at these portfolios holistically. The rubric did change in 2020 and 2021. We usually have a 6-point rubric so students can see and look for growth along the way of where they're meeting standard and where they can strive for during the rest of their career and in high school, because this is a 10th grade assessment. In 8th grade, what we've done is we've put the percentage in gray to note that the portfolio was slightly different scoring rubric and contents as the previous years. It just gives us a new baseline. 76% of students meeting goal on that portfolio. And at the high school, it's hard to go back and compare with the blue bars because these obviously had some differences as well. But this year we're looking to get back to a more typical process to see how our historical data compares. Anyway, I thank you for all your attention, and I certainly for the good questions. If there are more questions for this report, I'm certainly happy to answer them. We do have another opportunity next month as we come back with Meredith Starzik, and we talk about the class of 2021 and how they had fared in the college admissions process.
So Ken, just one last question, and Lisa, maybe this is for you as well. How can the public who are watching now, when can they expect to see an incremental report with real significant data that shows where this trend is going? Is it a year from now, or is it sooner than that? And what shape does that take? And it's mostly just to reassure folks that they're not waiting a year to know.
No, I mean, if you look on our action plan, the district action plan, there is a timeline and it does reference updated reports to the Board of Education. So yeah, I mean, we have to do an update mid-year on where we are, especially with when you're monitoring the progress of students with the NWEA, different formative and summative assessments we have internally. Our commitment was to give an update in mid-year.
Yeah,
yes,
great, thank you.
And Taffy, these assessments here, obviously annual assessments, so we have to look to our benchmark assessments, the Fountas and Pinnell assessment system for reading progress. We look at our MAP growth measures as well. And that's why, we test the MAP and the Fountas and Pinnell in the fall, winter, and spring so that we can monitor progress and we can share that information.
Right. I mean, I think it's just worth reiterating that, you don't pull a carrot up to see if it's grown, because if it hasn't, you can't stick it back in. The stuff that you do to nurture that carrot all the way across the year of the season is really where the rubber hits the road, which is the bottom part of this pyramid. which is the
Oh.
you know, the formative work that we do to really nurture the growth of our students, or carrots as the case may be. What were you going to say, Lisa?
Well, and if I may, this goes right down to the classroom. So,
Yeah.
we have grade level cohort, targets and things like that. And so it also is, I'm really proud of the work the administrative team is making sure that teachers across the district are writing very clear goals with quantitative measures of success. I see Mr. Doak nodding his head. So that when they come mid-year, okay, it's not only the district report, the individual teachers, the grade levels have to come and say, this is what we're seeing. This is what the data is telling us about the progress. And so if you have a teacher that is targeting a subgroup within her classroom, specifically in the area of reading or math, and is working to improve those, of course, everyone, we want progress with everyone, but a special laser-like focus on a subgroup within that class, that little bunch of carrots, she has to show us the data mid-year of how are they doing. So it has to be checks and balances throughout the system, not just at the district level, but right in the classroom.
I have a question for Taffy. How do you know when a carrot is actually ready?
You know why he's asking me that, right? Because you can see a couple of things. You can see the green at the top be full size, and you can also stick your finger into the earth around and feel the perimeter of the carrot. So there are measures, but you just can't rely. You can't rely on only pulling the carrot out of the ground, which is what we're talking about when we say we can't rely solely on the end of year tests. We have to.
Yep.
Thank you, Tony, for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thanks, Ken. This is just the beginning. I think data is only as good as the action steps that go along with it. And I think Lisa outlined them. They're outlined in our goals, and we look forward to making sure that we have frequent updates to make sure how we're heading towards our goals that we've established for year end and beyond. The next item is Board of Ed meetings. Maybe I can start and others can follow. Let me start with committee meetings. Prior to the pandemic, we had in-person committee meetings in central office. They were typically not attended by anyone. Maybe we'd have one person here or there every once in a while. It's where most of the work gets done. It's a public meeting. Everyone was welcome, but they weren't recorded meetings. There was no real vehicle to record those meetings in the central office. We went to a virtual meeting during the pandemic, and now we are looking to record every meeting, which is definitely a step forward versus what we did pre-pandemic. So now we will have all the committee meetings recorded and available for the public to review at their pleasure. My view is that that's a real step forward, and my vote was to keep committee meetings virtual, keep them virtual, keep them recorded, and make sure we post them for everyone to observe. And I would actually think that would be a permanent process, simply because of the fact that it is, I think, more available to everyone versus what we were doing pre-pandemic, which was central office meeting that no one attended, even though it was public, right? When we kind of moved to the board meetings, we moved during the pandemic to a virtual meeting like we're having this evening, with a public comment in writing where the window opened up 10 minutes before the start of the meeting. We recently moved that window to 24 hours, but still in writing. The public meetings, like we had before, were recorded even when we were in the middle school. But the attendance that we've had during the pandemic has been, it's been much greater than we had when we were live in the middle school. I am really heartened by the fact that we had all this public comment, and look forward to having all these people in the public, in our live meetings when we do go live. But it's, you know, a lot of times pre-pandemic, there was either no one or one person, and usually it was just the PTO reps or the WEF reps who were at the meeting, and no one else. And so I think during the pandemic, when we went to a, you know, virtual public meeting, I think the attendance went up significantly. And I think I think it's clearer and more transparent actually to everyone. So the question really came up, two things. Number one is, should we basically have a live public comment while we're virtual? And I'd love to get other board members to opine on that, to discuss that. I was looking at the Board of Selectmen. Board of Selectmen meetings do not have public comment unless there's a topic that they feel public comment is warranted, and then there's a kind of hand raising mechanism. The Board of Finance doesn't have public comment in their meeting. I think they, I was talking to Steve Ezzies, and he said that I think a couple of meetings ago, they tried it and there was only one or two, maybe one public comment, but they haven't had it. So I guess one question to discuss is, do we want to stay with a written format while we're virtual, where it opens up 24 hours prior, or do we want to go to a more live format? And I don't know how that's going to work technologically. Maybe it can, maybe it can't work. I have no idea. That's where I want to ask Dan. And then the second one is, do we want to go back to a in-person meeting in the middle school? And what are the pros and cons to doing that? So Dan, first of all, if we went to a live public comment, right, during our monthly board meetings, is there a technology issue with doing that, given the way we're streaming?
So a couple of things. In the current environment, our Zoom licensing does allow for a max of 300 people. Now, I know that the odds of that happening at a public meeting, because people would only need to join this meeting if they wanted to have public comment. We will always stream these meetings on our YouTube channel. But let's say the process would be, somebody wanted to do public comment, they would let us know beforehand, or we'd figure out a procedure. Either we would provide the Zoom link, or they would let us know beforehand and we would provide them with the Zoom link. What the thing I would want to focus on the most is to make sure we have checks and balances to protect us from Zoom bombings, because that still happens. So we would just need to make sure and keep tabs to ensure that people who join the meeting were there for public comment only and nothing nefarious, basically.
But could you, if someone, but you can actually allow them in, and then after public comment,
yes,
you could automatically then have them leave the meeting, right?
Right. And one of the things we can do is we can automatically mute participants. And then, when it's time for public comment, I cannot unmute somebody, but I can ask them to unmute, and so then they can unmute once I allow them to. And then you are correct. Once the public comment portion is over, they can leave the meeting. We can exit individuals after the meeting if needed. There are some other pieces I wanted to kind of do some research on, but a live public comment section, we would have to be careful and follow some steps to ensure the nothing bad happens, but it could be done.
Yeah. So, other board members, I really want to get everyone's view on all of this. Yeah.
I'd like to talk a bit to this, because this is an area that I've been concerned about even before I joined the Board of Ed. And I think that as far as going back in person versus virtual, I think we need to look at attendance. I think our role as board members is to reach the largest number of people in the most efficient manner possible. And from what I have heard from other people is there is a desire to get us back in person, but those same people, when I've asked them questions like from other towns or other districts, what have you noticed as far as attendance of in-person versus virtual? Overwhelmingly, they all agree virtual meetings are better attended. So I think that because we want to reach the most number of people, virtual makes sense. Virtual is a lot more convenient for the families who want to see what's going on and how we're doing it. But I also think that we need to go to a method of communication where it's interactive, or at least it's live. The Board of Finance does it. Lashot did it on a topic that was very heated. Board of Selectmen have done it. I think this public comment form, whether it's 10 minutes or 24 hours, the perception is just very negative. I've answered questions from people who have wondered if we are censoring the questions, to which I said, no, not at all. And somebody who's disinterested to the board, not that Jody's entirely disinterested, but someone who wouldn't have a reason not to ask a question, she reads the questions for a reason. So I think we really need to get back to a method where it's just like what the Board of Finance has done, Board of Selectmen has done, Lashot has done, and we may have to take a chance. I mean, is Zoom bombing a possibility? Yes, but what is Zoom bombing? Is Zoom bombing a parent who is very passionate and upset or angered by something they saw or something they feel? That's just their emotions coming out, and we have to be prepared for that. But
I think what he meant by Zoom bombing was a stranger, a streaker coming through, essentially, for lack of a better expression, right? Someone who's not part of the community.
That is correct, and that has happened at other local Board of Ed meetings where folks have changed their background to elicit pictures. So David, I did not mean somebody coming in and being expressive and heated. I legitimately meant, like, unfortunately, troll.
And David, I just want to build on what you're saying. I agree completely. I agree with everything you've said. I think we don't need to go back to in-person if the attendance is better this way. And I have no problem. I mean, I'm just speaking for me, but I have no problem having live public comment at our meetings instead of read public comment. I think that we welcome people, whether they're cheerleading us or angry with us or fairly and patiently expressing something they want us to address. That's why we're here. So I'm completely in favor of it, as long as it sticks to the 2-minute rule or whatever we decide, 3-minute rule. I think the bigger question is, do we respond in the moment to those comments, or do we not? And I think that's where.
Yeah, so I think that, I'll defer to Tony as far as what we're allowed to do, but I think the most important thing is that people need to be heard. The only way that we're going to do a better job, we're going to do a fine job if nobody criticizes us, but we'll do a better job if we do get criticized, as much as that's not something we want. Criticism is what leads to change. And I think that we might not always be prepared to answer the question at that very moment. I think there's nothing wrong with saying to somebody who asks us a question or points out something they don't like about what the school is doing, a teacher is doing, the Board of Ed is doing. We take that information back, we look at it, and we get back to them. But I think that one of the worst things that boards of education do also is they sit stone-faced when parents are speaking emotionally about something that's important to them. So I think we have to come up with some mechanism by which to acknowledge what they're saying. And I don't know where our limitations are on that. Maybe Tony does, but I think it should be somewhat interactive.
Yeah, I think there are some limitations. I think there's one limitation is that if we discuss one topic there's an agenda, and those agenda items have to be posted 24 hours prior. And so we actually can't open an agenda based on a parent comment and have an at-length discussion at it. We could acknowledge it. We can say that we'll take it into consideration and maybe have an agenda item at the next meeting, right? But I think that that's one thing. Secondly, is who is going to answer the question, right? No single member speaks for the entire board. I don't speak for the entire board. Our power is derived as a board unit. And so I don't know if I answer a question whether the 6 members of the board are going to be in agreement with me or not. And so that's the tough part of that, right? And so we need to be a bit careful. I think we need to acknowledge, and I think that we can't be stone-faced. I agree with you. I think that's the worst thing to do, is someone that comes to us with a passionate argument or a concern, and we sit there and say, okay, what's next, right? I agree with that. I think there's ways of dealing with that, but I think interactive is difficult, given some of the constraints we have in terms of how we need to conduct our business.
I also think that the committee structure is really useful here, David, too, where, some of these questions that are addressed in public comment live to us can be brought down and discussed far more freely in a curriculum meeting, or, a finance meeting or facilities meeting, et cetera.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that, to Tony's point, I think that if we also do a better job at letting the people who are going to participate know what we're limited to. So, for example, if the public comment is about math scores and somebody brings up masks and it's not on the agenda, we can't interactively discuss it, but we can make sure that they know that they're being heard, and that we can take it back to whichever committee, or we could put it on a agenda for the next meeting. But I do agree also with Taffy, we can also defer them to, hey, this is not on the agenda for this Board of Ed meeting, but we can look at getting it added to the agenda for the curriculum meeting, for the policy committee, for the communication committee.
Now, Dave and other board members, it's not a coincidence that this is an agenda item, right? This is an agenda item simply because of the fact that we've heard, number one is, you've missed some meetings, some special meetings or committee meetings that you didn't record. You should be recording them. Yes, let's discuss it. Let's just make sure that we have a very clear process for that. Should we go back in public, right? Should we basically have live comment? These were all public concerns that we eventually put on this agenda and are discussing and coming up with a way forward. The mask issues and the mandate issues, there's a COVID update that Lisa is going to address them. So we'll find ways to get those concerns into the agenda. Some are already there. Some will be put in the agenda in following meetings. But there are definitely ways of addressing these.
So I think that we should ask the other board members if it's appropriate. I think that one of the things that we should walk away from this meeting with is there a general consensus among us that we should continue, that our number one goal is to reach the greatest number of people as possible. And I think from where I sit, I originally thought, well, people would want to go back in person, but the people that seem to want to go back in person are actually the minority. And I've spoken to some of those people who want to go back in person, and they've been very candid with me, and they've said, yes, we acknowledge that meetings that are virtual are better attended. Mm-hmm. So if it's appropriate, I think that we should address that we should potentially stay virtual because it has a wider reach, but we have to fix or improve the public comment piece. They go hand in hand.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
I think it's totally fair. And I think that I also think that opening the public comment section up is important. We as elected individuals have to really kind of keep our ear to the ground and listen to what is going on in the community and what the consensus is. And I think that one of the ways we can do that is through public comment. But I think we also, that being said, I think we also have to be very careful. It's, what is it right now? It's 8:30. So we are 2.5 hours in and our agenda is still lengthy. So I think we have to be very careful as far as opening the floor up. for public comment and ensuring that we're not here for, 6-hour meetings. So, putting a limit on, maybe you have 2 minutes and we'd love to hear from you. And if there's any further, send us an email or whatever. I think that we've got to have some sort of guidelines just so we can keep the meetings productive, basically.
Yeah. And Sharon, that as soon as it's going to be what it is, right? It could be nothing and it could be hundreds of people. And that's what we're going to just have to live with.
And just take today's public comment as an example. I think that Jody read more public comments today than I have seen in quite some time. And I'm sure she has a number, but I think it was maybe 8 to 12 comments.
Less than that.
Okay. So even at 8 comments, if I'm being generous. So I agree that there should be a limit for the live piece, and we should ask people to stay on topic. But they are the reason we're here across the board for all of us, whether you're Lisa as a superintendent, Mr. Doka as principal, and all the other principals, and us as elected people. If we don't listen to them, if I had to pick time to cut out of our meetings, it would not be time for them. I would not cut their time. I would cut our time. But if we do limit it to 2 or 3 minutes, and we have 8 people speak, I can certainly give up 24 minutes or stay 24 minutes longer to hear from people. So I don't think, other than big agenda items, which I presume if we had a topic that we knew was going to draw a lot of interest, we wouldn't have an agenda as packed as we had in September and this evening, right? We would, I presume, try and carve out a larger amount of time because we know the public interest is going to be high.
Well, we'll have some sense too, because it sounds like Dan is going to need to let people into a separate area to be able to make a public comment. So we would have probably some advance warning as to if we're getting a lot or not, and we can adjust the agenda accordingly. Because I agree with David. I think, let's listen as long as they want to talk. That's the most important part. I also think that there's something missing from just the read through versus, you get the emotion and you can see people's tone and their expressions and you connect. Even if it's virtual, you're still able to connect. So I think these are good additions. I mean, we're learning. This is a process that is changing. It's different than it was, before COVID, and we're all just trying to adapt and do things in the way that makes the most sense. So, I mean, I certainly appreciate all the public's comments on these points because I think we've learned from it.
Yeah. And we also thought this was going to be very temporary, right? That's why we went with that. But now I think we have to, plan a little differently because this may go on for a little while.
It was COVID-19 and now it's almost COVID-22.
So
it's been a while.
Is this something that, as far as what we're doing this evening, do we say, is it appropriate to come up with something for November's meeting?
Yeah, I think what we can say, we don't have to vote on this, but there's a general consensus that we stay virtual. And then I would say Dan comes back to us with something, a proposal that's workable that we can institute for November. That's what I would propose.
Yeah,
and
let's give it a go.
If Dan could come up with something that's efficient and workable and makes sense for us.
I mean, the only other, if in case, you hear from people or we hear from people that say, no, I really think it should be in person. The other thing is, if it's in person, we're in masks. And that makes the communicating via audio or video very difficult, almost prohibitive.
Yeah, it does. And the acoustics in the middle school are awful. And it's even though we have some new technology, it's still, this reaches a lot more people.
I've also heard from one person who brought up something I hadn't ever thought about myself. And then I put myself in their shoes and I'm like, you're right. If you don't have a student in the school or in the middle school, you would have it's near impossible to get into where the meetings were held in the middle school. I had no idea the first meeting that I attended was prior to me having a child in the middle school. And it was probably in the early days of my son probably even maybe ELC. And I missed the first 15 minutes of the meeting trying to figure out how do you penetrate this middle school to get into this meeting. And so the point being is that this person said something to me which I hadn't really thought about, which is that it's also difficult at best to get into the middle school building. And I don't know if it would be, I think the virtual meetings alleviate obviously that problem for a parent who doesn't know the middle school. And if not, they said, well, what about the library? Because everyone knows how to get into the library. So I don't even know if long-term, if we do want it back in person, you know, for a future meeting or a future conversation, we might want to consider the library. But in the meantime, I think that staying virtual makes sense. And I think, and the public comment should be live, starting with our November meeting, and we should model it after what the Board of Finance has done, what Lashot did, and we have the waiting room. Someone lets them in. And I don't know if, you know, Dan will come up with the solution, but I don't know if Jody has the time, or we bring on another, you know, some volunteer if possible, who lets people in and thanks them and ushers them out, who is a disinterested party, so that we can't be accused of giving somebody the hook because we don't, you know, like what they were saying.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I just add something? Many years ago, we did used to meet at the public library. Patty, I'm sure remembers it. And a lot of people came. The space wasn't as big, but that did happen. Can I just interrupt? And one of the benefits of it being virtual is when our administrators, building principals, 7 o'clock comes real early. When they have to leave, there's no driving home for another 45 minutes to a half hour. So I would like to let them go if that's okay. Thank you for staying, and I'll fill you in tomorrow on anything you missed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we still have a good part of the agenda. So let's kind of leave it at that. We stay virtual, and Dan's going to work on a solution that he'll communicate with us on, and then we'll try to you know, go live in November.
Mm-hmm. So one thing, Tony, with regards to the subcommittee meetings, that will stay as is for now, and then upon the learnings, we will then evolve to what we do there?
No, I think that's always, that's going to be virtual, right? But that's a more, you know, that meeting, you know, the way it is now, Dan, right? The public can go right into that meeting, right? Yeah. So that's
when we post for the committee meetings, we post a dial-in number, so people can just dial in.
Right. And so they can actually participate in that meeting, right? They can ask questions directly in that meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, that's always, and that's a less, you know, I think the committee meetings are a less formal meeting. Obviously you know, there's rules around posting the agenda and all of that. I mean, there are rules around it, but in terms of the running of the meeting, people have a dial in and they can, you know, they can raise their hand and ask questions.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll leave it at that, and then that's a takeaway for Dan. And let's go to the next agenda item. I think Phil, you're on for a while.
I thought there was another one, the accomplishments. Are we?
Oh yeah, it's on the agenda, Lisa. There was nothing against this one, which was
Dr. Kroll was going to speak to it.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I missed that. Okay, Ken?
Give me 1 second. Screen sharing. Okay. So each year we have highlighted accomplishments across the district in various areas, academics, the arts, athletics, so forth. As you can imagine, last year with the the pandemic, some of the more typical opportunities our students have to shine didn't necessarily take place as they typically do. But here is sort of a running list so far. It's in obviously just a list format versus the publications we've had previously, with a listing of accomplishments in the academics, in the arts, athletics. This is a compilation of what we've asked for from the various schools to just kind of send to us, what they see as some of the highlights for last year. And, it's something that can be used in conjunction with, touting the achievements of the district. But as I said, this year is more limited in the sense that we didn't have the same kinds of experiences as we typically had in a normal year. So I don't know that this was in the board packet. We will post this post meeting, and then perhaps the board communications committee has some direction in terms of how we might use this or what you were envisioning.
We definitely should be using this. I mean, we have a history of excellence in the classroom, in the arts, on the ball field, and we should absolutely be using this.
I think it would be helpful in the past, and as Dr. Cross said, we had not done it because of COVID the last 2 years. Prior to that, we had like a long list, a tally, that was just talks about our outstanding accomplishments. And I feel like it should be posted, we should be posting this on the district website and start one for every year and post it. So people that are
Absolutely.
exploring the website can see, what are some of our outstanding accomplishments in all of the areas. Yes, they can read the newsletters. Yes, they can look at the athletic sites. They go to the awards. But for people that don't know us outside of Weston, I think it would be very useful. So I think that's kind of the direction that we are going with this. So we would have another one in the spring, and we would make it kind of an annual posting, if you will.
Great idea. Great idea.
Thank you, Ken.
And now Phil,
Now, Phil.
Mr. Cross, good to
Yeah,
see
this
you.
is the most exciting part of the board meetings. So let's just jump right into it. So this is a report for the third quarter. I'm sorry, third quarter, for the period ending September. For the period and the third reporting period ending September 30, 2021. We're currently showing a deficit of approximately $51,000. This is not a hard number. We tend to just to highlight, let's call it for lack of a better term, challenges that we're seeing are items against the budget. So we tend to just highlight these items, and as the year progresses, we try the best we can to find areas to mitigate these deficits. We're at this place right now. We have current savings in salaries of $265,107. We're showing a deficit of $149,719 in the benefits category, and that primarily has to do with payments for our ERIP, for the current ERIP that was passed last year. We're showing a deficit in equipment for approximately $166,000. Main driver there is the purchase of laptops. We have another agenda item that will kind of piggyback on that, which brings us to pretty much a deficit of $51,000. We went over in our finance committee meeting the various contributing factors, so to speak, as it relates to salary savings, and that is outlined in the package that was sent out. Not sure if there's any question just on the financials update itself. Okay, jumping to the internal services fund. We're pretty much on target to what we have budgeted in our internal services fund, which is pretty much where we have our self-insured dental claims. For the period ending September, we have claims of approximately $99,000. So that is it for the financial update. Not quite sure, Tony, if you just want me to keep going or if you need to take a vote right now.
I think let's do that. Can I have a motion to approve the September financial report?
I'll make a motion to approve. Wait, hang on. There's a wording saved in here, right?
Yeah,
Move that the Weston Board of Education approve the September 2021 financial report.
second.
I second.
Thanks, Bernie. All in favor?
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, Tony. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay. Take the next one.
So this one has to do with the laptops. So we've had a few iteration of what this plan is, dating back to the budget of to our current budget, our budget development. So last year, as we were developing the budget, we had a plan going in to purchase the to lease the laptop. And one of the main reasons for that was just to kind of get the board just to, not quite try to say this, but pretty much just to get on a replacement cycle for all our equipment, or just to be committed to the replacement cycle for our equipment. For this year, we needed to purchase the equipment, so we did went ahead and do that. The plan was to lease it, but we've sort of kind of taken a second look and as to whether or not that plan is viable for this year, or we're pretty much making a change to that. So last month, the board did vote to ask the Board of Finance to pay for these laptops from the non-lapsing account. At the Board of Finance meeting last week, Thursday, the Board of Finance did not approve the non-lapsing account. However, they did give us guarantees that they will support, which they've done in the past, any need for a supplemental appropriation. So the plan right now is to continue, is to not to lease, and we will continue to, I guess that's what I'm looking for, to monitor our expenditures and to find ways to mitigate the purchase that we have. If we are unable to mitigate this cost, and in addition to that, if we have any additional costs that may come up given the pandemic or any other concerns that we have, at that time, we will first go to the Board of Selectmen and then on to the Board of Finance for a final vote for supplemental appropriation. But as of right now, it seems as if we may be able to cover this. We'll just continue to monitor as we have done in previous years.
Yeah, so I guess to step back a little bit, right? We had about $1.2 million, almost $1.25 million in surplus that was returned back to the town and now is part of the town general reserves. And in addition to that, we had $165,000 left from the previous superintendent's amended employment contract that was returned back to the town. We had asked the Board of Finance to actually approve a non-lapsing account from which we would actually just take some money for the purchase of the laptops, right? They basically did not want to approve a non-lapsing account, but said, come back to us for a special appropriation. And we've always been nice to you. This item probably doesn't warrant us going back to a special appropriation at this moment, given that we don't really know what's going to happen over the rest of the year. And so the way these work, correct me if I'm wrong, Phil, is that first you purchase and then you finance, right? So we have to purchase them anyway before we enter into a financing agreement, right? So what we are trying to approve here is that we're going to go ahead and purchase, see how the year goes, see if we can actually absorb it into our operating expenses, right? Or make a decision at some point the year if we want to actually finance this or not, or even go for a special appropriation, right? But I think now the choices are to keep it as it is, right? Which is finance it and be done with it, which is what was specified in our operating budget, or just go ahead and with the purchase, hold off on the financing and see how the year progresses from here. Right, Phil?
That's correct.
Okay.
I have a question which might be a newbie question,
Right.
but if they were leased, then I would presume there's some dollar amount that over the 3-year lease, however long the lease was, every year the budget would have to fund that lease, right?
Right.
But if you purchase them, it's going to get paid within one budget year.
That's right.
Okay, so if we're not leasing and we're going to pay for them all in one lump sum, is the Board of Ed or is the Board of Finance, I guess we're the Board of Ed, going to look to spend, in theory, was it a 3-year lease? Is that what was projected to be?
It was a 4-year.
4.
A 4? So just for round number purposes, on the $300,000 divided out by 4, are we as the Board of Ed going to look to not spend that money in years 2, 3, and 4? Is that the goal? In other words, we're not going to spend whatever it is, the $292,000 potentially this year, and then say, well, we don't have the lease payments that we anticipated having in years 2, 3, and 4, and therefore we have excess money to spend elsewhere.
No. So there is a replacement plan that we have in place, I think at the last meeting that was shared. So we do have items that is set to be replaced when each of the next 3 upcoming school years. So there will be some expenditure that the board will have to incur in each of the next years coming up.
But they're not, but they're not related though to, I mean, once you make a one-time expenditure on those items, there may be other expenditures, but you're done with those items that you decide to purchase and not finance, right?
Correct.
Until it comes time to replace them again.
In the next 4 years.
Okay, so by purchasing them, we, the Board of Ed or the school or whatever, is not going to potentially come back and say, well, we didn't have to spend whatever it is, $80,000 in year 2, year 3, and year 4 to lease because we made a one-time payment in 2021, 2022. It's not going to be double dipping, so to speak, or blow the budget out even further. It's just a matter of pay now, and then the cost that was spent on these laptops for today won't be reincurred potentially for 4 years. I think that's a life cycle, or 5 years of the laptop. Right. So, okay, so I want to make sure that we're not looking at spending I keep losing the number, but the 292,000 in 2021, 2022, and then take the money that we didn't spend for leasing in years 2, 3, and 4 and spend that money elsewhere.
No.
I mean, we'll talk about the budget assumptions, but we would not do that. We have to be very fiscally responsible with the funds. We wouldn't do that.
But just to be fair, David, because you're building a new budget every year, how do you really, yes, you basically say, that's money, that's money that we probably should be very fiscally responsible and make sure that we all, when we're reviewing budget, make a mental note that money is not just free, free money to be spent elsewhere, but you also have to remember that every year a budget gets built. And so you have to, those are questions that we ask, but the budget gets built from scratch every year.
Right.
Along those lines, though, along those lines, in 4 years, there can be another big expenditure because we need the updated equipment. And that's the thing, I'm not very well versed in leasing, I guess I would say, as some of you. I just know that there will be there's either the fixed expense or every 4 years we're going to have an expense because we can't have what we had with COVID when it was like, oh my goodness, these laptops need to be replaced this is terrible. These teachers are at home. And then right, Dan DeVito is shaking her head. We were scrambling. So
Yeah.
either way we do it, we just have to know that either every 4 years or every year, there has to be something put aside for it.
We can reserve, right, Tony?
No.
Oh, we can't reserve, not even for a known expense 4 years down the road.
No.
That's why, okay, and that's where leasing potentially makes sense.
Yeah,
Someone-
and that's really why, that was one of the reasons that I like leasing. It forces us into the replacement cycle versus basically saying 4 years from now, the budget's tight, we could wait another 2 years.
But
right.
with multi-year budgeting being, I think, instituted or more looked at, I think, one of Lisa's tasks was, the multi-year budgeting. This could become, this is one of those items, right, that we can project out in 4 years or
So
every
there's
year.
going to be another big bulge, yeah.
Yes,
Right.
Exactly. I don't know how in the details we can get with our forecasting. And you're exactly right, though. That one is clearly something that we're going to need. We know we're going to need it. And we have to make sure that that's reflected as we look ahead. So 4 years from now, what are we going to be looking at, Dan DeVito? Right? You can guess, estimate the number, and we have to put it in.
Right, exactly.
We have to keep in mind that even though it's going to be a bulge, so to speak, in any given year, in each year that we move forward based on a plan we have, there's an incremental increase. So it's not as if year over year that we're not going to go from zero to say $300,000. It's just going to be that incremental change that we have year over year, dependent on those equipment that we have outlined that we need to purchase in any one of those in any one of the given years. So it's not as if we're not going to say, hey, we're starting from base zero and then we need $300,000. It's really just going to be that incremental.
Right, and the concept, we're getting a little bit off laptops, but the concept is, for example, if we know that there's a big expense relating to HVAC, for example, and you do the multi-year budgeting, we can potentially mitigate around year number 4. Danny says, I need laptops again, remember? And then at the same time, facility says, hey, I need a new rooftop unit, remember, right? That's kind of the concept of the multi-year budgeting and potentially.
Yeah, with one difference, there is a planned purchase in each year going forward.
Yeah.
So again,
there is a planned purchase, but it's sort of, and I think yes, there is a planned purchase, and each one of them are separate purchases that we know ahead of time, right?
Correct.
Right. No, I guess I'm trying to say no 2 surprises should hit us at once,
Mhm.
because that's what basically winds up with asking for a special appropriation, generally speaking, right? Multiple surprises at once.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So Tony, I'm not quite sure if we need a vote or if it's just a general consensus on this one.
We're not amending. I mean, I don't think we need a vote on this one, right? Because this is part of we're just not going to step 2. We're still, the step 1 is always the purchase to begin with.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't think we need a vote on this. I think
Okay,
you
fair
need to
enough.
we need an update if and when the time comes where we have to make some decision around this.
Exactly. It's sort of in our tickler file. Every time when we update our financial situation, Phil will have to keep that in the back of our mind. And I have every confidence he will make it work, Mr. Cross.
I'll do my best.
Okay. Budget calendar. So the next one is a budget calendar, which is always an interesting discussion, and it just, in my view, it's a nice reminder with how much time we're going to spend together in the months of January and a bit of February. So with that, actually spend together virtually, but nevertheless. But maybe you can do the calendar, Phil, and
I think Phil wants me to do the next 2 and jump in when needed.
oh, really? Okay.
We went over it with the admin team. So the calendar looks very similar to last year's dates, the tweaking of dates. I guess the most important date for us is that we have to get this draft of the budget done before the winter holiday break, and that you will get it immediately after the holiday break. The other thing is that part of my approach with working through this calendar in the early part, the part where we don't spend as much time with you, not I'm talking about November, December, is that key dates for me are that we have individual meetings set up with every building and program cost center. Phil and I have a meeting, so with every principal. It won't be just with the principal. However, I would like to meet with the administrative team of that particular school or cost center, because I do believe that collective thoughts around certain things, it's just helpful, that level of discussion. And it's our collective responsibility to prepare a budget that's really going to work for the town. And so we will be meeting with each team, whether it be a school or a program, individually, and then we will be meeting twice, once in November and once in December, to speak more collectively as an administrative team, both district and building level. We haven't done that to that extent. Last year was kind of an anomaly. With COVID, we really need to get back to that, because oftentimes good thinking comes from, especially we have some new people on our teams, people that have come from other districts, and we kind of need to provide them the opportunity to share their thoughts, whether it be Matt Paler, for example, at Hurlbut Elementary School, might have a thought for the intermediate school. So we kind of want that level of discussion. And then we're going to work through it and get you that budget right after the new year. Then we will be filling in the school staff. And then we have the budget presentation. Mark your calendars. January 6, 2022, which is a Thursday. So January 6, 2022, again, it says 7 p.m. I don't know if we're going to do 7 or 6. We can talk about that. But that's when the budget will be presented. And then we have the workshop scheduled. We have workshop 1 right after that on a Friday morning. Then we have workshop 2 the following Thursday. All along, we would like questions to be submitted to the superintendent, and we will try our very best to answer the questions before the next workshop. But definitely, there's a deadline by the 19th of January to have all written responses to the Board of Ed. One thing that's not on here that I would like to do that we talked about is to have our new people that are joining the board that might not be as familiar with that haven't been through our budget process. Part of the task is just figuring out, what am I looking at and how am I looking at? So when you get that book in January, you'll kind of be up to speed about things. So what I would like to do is Phil and I talked about this, is to have some individual meetings with the new board members so that they can familiarize themselves with how a Weston Public Schools budget looks like and what they can expect. I think it would be helpful to do that.
I think, after, once election day comes and goes, then all the new board members who really want to, avail themselves of that, I think it's a great idea.
Well, I think it would help, because I know just for me, the budget has changed the way we present over the years. And some of you have not looked at a school or a district budget to this extent. So just to kind of give you a kind of an overview so you can familiarize yourself. That's not on the schedule, but we will be working that out in the months of November and December. And then all of the dates that you see in red, if you are dates that have to be revised by the town. Andrew Galley tweaked them, but it's really the town that determines the Board of Finance reviews and all of that. So those dates are subject to change.
Yeah. So basically, the way it works is after the budget is presented on the 7th, on the
Right.
6th, we will have a meeting, a board meeting, basically a workshop to go through the budget on the 7th. The board then, the easy questions are answered right in the meeting, and then the board has an opportunity, members of the board have an opportunity to submit more detailed questions about the budget at some point between the 7th and the 10th of January, and then the administration will get back to us with answers probably in a week. But the workshops that are planned are really meant to dig into the budget. Sometimes we have to add workshops, and sometimes we'll cancel a workshop depending on the amount of progress we make in any particular meeting and the need to either add or eliminate meetings as we go. One of the important workshops is going to be the public forum on the 20th, where we give the community an opportunity to comment on the budget. That will be live comment on the budget, and actually ask questions and get answers to the extent that we can answer them. And then we basically, by the 28th of January, have to submit the budget to the Board of Selectmen. So that's a drop dead date, the 28th. So we need to do everything we can, add meetings, eliminate meetings, get our questions answered, but be prepared to vote on the budget at least at the latest on the 27th of January. And
Shall I move on to the budget assumptions?
sure.
Or just, okay. So there are just a few points I'd like to make here. I'm sure you can all go through them. On the second page of the budget assumptions, that's where you kind of see the nitty gritty about increases in, for example, the consumable goods and the things about contracts and all of that, and the percentage of increase for salaries and all of that. I wanted to just take a couple of moments to look at the very first page, because that's the page that I feel strongly about as far as me being a new superintendent in this role. I'm very conscious of the whole idea of the academic return on investment with our funds, and we have to be, as I said earlier, fiscally responsible. So our requests have to align with district goals. It has to align with the mission. Sometimes something might sound great, but if it doesn't align with the district goals, and the goals, again, I would encourage the public to look on the website, but they have to deal with, many facets of our organization. And the other thing is that the curriculum and instruction funding allocations, which include staffing, must lead to positive academic outcomes. We have to analyze student performance, teaching and learning through multiple data points, and we have to determine appropriate funding and reallocation of funding if necessary. And I think that that's really very, very important. I take that work very seriously. The other thing is that under the assumptions, the academic initiatives that are funded with federal COVID-19 relief funds have to be reviewed and revised in preparation for the ultimate disappearance of these funds and a cost-neutral effect of future budgets. And that's where, when we look to the future, as David was talking about, for example, we needed a math coach at Hurlbut. That we did not have a math coach dedicated specifically to Hurlbut Elementary School, I believe put us in some of the situation that we're in now. We need that position when the COVID funds go away. So we have to figure out how to be able to do that as much as a cost neutral effect. And that's through to the budget. And that's through how do we spend professional development? How do we build professional capacity? How are we using the intervention programs that we have? Is there a better way, more of a push-in model? How can we build the capacity in the classroom at that tier 1 intervention? So then when that $500,000 that we have used over the next 3 years isn't there anymore, it can't just be tagged onto the operating budget. we can't do that. So that's really a strong belief that I think we need to follow. We have to prioritize all the operational and capital needs, clearly. We try to do that every year. And we have to be very careful analyzing the projected enrollment. It has to be analyzed to determine class size, course offerings at the high school and the middle school, programming and staffing. I mean, the numbers, the student requests at the high school, the program that we have to provide at the middle school, the best that meets our students' needs, that's what determines the staffing, how much we need or how much we don't need. And if there's a more cost-effective way to deliver that. And so those are just a few of the highlights under the budget assumptions that we put together, along with some of the specific breakdowns that we give to anyone that's working on a particular program. I don't know if there's any questions. One thing that we referenced in the form, if you see it says see chart below, and there's no chart below. The chart is actually the enrollment page that's coming up future. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. And in November, we'll be looking specifically at enrollment again. I think we have to keep looking at it November, December, January, as we get the information, but more about that when we get to enrollment.
Lisa, I think you're spot on in terms of making sure that we're very clear on our goals and priorities and make sure that the dollars are against, are reflective of what our goals and priorities are, where we're allocating the dollars. And I always liked, I don't know, for new board members, I always liked the chart where we actually show where we're incrementally spending more, but also where we're incrementally spending less, to see how we're creating capacity on the things that are not priorities to reinvest in those things that are priorities. And I think that's an important part of it, because I think that taxpayers want to see us creating some capacity internally before we go back to them for additional dollars. And I think that's an important part of it, because part of asking for more is going to be to answer the question, have we created that capacity internally first before we go for more? And I think that showing that in our budget is going to be very important.
Exactly. And just to add, if you look at the action plan and some of the steps, for example, one of our next steps is to start conducting classroom walkthroughs to look for very specific instructional pedagogy in classes. That doesn't cost any money. I mean, it's the people doing the work during the day. But there are so many things that we can do that it's just about the funding. It's in the human resources, in the people we have, and how to leverage the staff to be able to do this work, the most effective way possible. Okay, so should we move on to sustainability?
Yes, thank you. So a lot more to come on the budget. But let's move to policy sustainability. I think this is the second read, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to sustainability. We talked about it a bit late spring in terms of the hard work that the policy committee and most importantly the green teams throughout the district and even some community members outside of the school district helped us with. We have a really comprehensive sustainability policy with measurable outcomes and goals. It has a curricular focus, which is great across all grades in the buildings. It's really a policy, I think, that we're one of the first districts to really adopt and bring into all aspects of education in Weston. So it's something really to be proud of. We've solicited feedback on it after the first read last spring. We haven't received anything. So the policy is unchanged from when we last discussed it, but it was thoroughly vetted all year. We've really worked hard on this, and we encourage further communication and feedback from the community at large, because this isn't, obviously it's a new policy for us, and it's something that will evolve and work toward and can modify and change as necessary going forward. So I'm excited to say that it's up for a second read and would become a policy that I think other districts will envy.
I think it's great. I think what was really good is the partnership between the committee, staff, not only the administration, but the staff who's passionate about the issues, and also the community. So I think this is really well done. And if there's no comments or questions, we'll move to have a motion.
Do we have motion language?
Yeah,
We do.
I'm looking for it.
I didn't feel like I should do it since I chair.
Yeah, no, I'll do it. I'm just looking for the motion.
It's
in
7A1.
Oh, there it is. I see it. Moves that the Weston Board of Education approve the sustainability policy 3527.
have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Sharon. All in favor?
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, David.
Hi, Tony. All opposed? Motion passes. Well done. Thank you, Melissa.
And I just wanted to say one last little thing about the document, and that is that list, the objectives list was probably as painful a development process as the portrait of a graduate list. But I think we got there, right, Melissa?
We sure
Great,
did.
thanks. So back to the superintendent's report. So Lisa.
Thank you. Okay, enrollment update. I didn't know if it was enrollment or COVID. So I believe you all have a copy of the chart for the enrollment update for October. There are a couple of things that I want to point out about this particular chart. If you look at, so we have the state reporting, and shout out to Jody Saketa for helping us make the charts, and Dan DeVito and Joanne Toborowski. If you look at the state reporting enrollment, we have the state reporting enrollment for both Octobers there. We wanted to show that from October 2020 to October 21. The important thing that you need to understand about state reporting is that when you are doing state reporting, the district outplaced students are included in the state reporting. I'll be perfectly frank. I think last month when we put together the chart and we used an old template, and I had pulled them out because I was trying to show building, what was actually in the building. But it's important that when we report to the state, those numbers of outplaced students are actually part of the report, part of the reporting. So you can see the differences. You can see the projection that Malone and McBroom had given us, and that is 2274. And then you see right now the difference being 32 students between the state reporting enrollment and the difference of Malone and McBroom. When you go and if you look specifically at who are the students in front of us, for example, in a particular building, if you looked at, well, I know, for example, there's, a certain number of students in a particular class in that school. And if the number on the state reporting side is higher, that is because there are outplaced students. One of the things that we don't really like doing is identifying outplaced students, and there are 17 of them by grade level. This is a small district, a small community, and when you look, you can, it could be identifiable information, I guess, and I'll leave it at that. Correct, Tracy? Thank you for your nod. So that's sort of how it is. I think what's interesting is you look and you say, okay, we're down 30 there's 31, 32, 30 students that were down. And you look at kind of like where were some of the declines. And you see, for example, if you look at the projections, you see ninth grade and you see, minus 13, that's the transition year. And you see going into the WIS, the difference is negative 10 there. And I have to say, in looking at this information, when you look at it, I think it also speaks somewhat to COVID and what's happening, sort of the results of COVID. It's a small community. When I look at the numbers and the students, for example, that have withdrawn at the high school, they've withdrawn for a variety of reasons. The families moved. We've had moves to Florida, we've had moves to Georgia, we've had moves to California, and students going to private school, all different things. We've had families quite frankly want to sell their house because it was a good offer on their house. Or there are other people that were renting that had to move. I can think of another particular family, specifically in the secondary level. They had to move because they couldn't afford the rent. So there's a different reasons where, you see the sort of the dips in the numbers. All I can say is we look at these numbers very carefully. We are getting new projections, and we're getting the projections from Malone and McBroom. I believe we brought this up at the committee meetings, but I will say it publicly. They are no longer doing this work. They are going in another direction. So Phil Cross and I met for about an hour with the recommendation of the new company, and it happens to be the man that used to work for Malone and McBroom, and he will be putting together the numbers for us for our work this year in enrollment projections. And we are also going back to NESDEC. The NESDEC enrollment projections are a little bit different. They do more of a wider brushstroke, if you will. But this particular year especially, it's important that we analyze a variety of data points to get a sense of what's going on. I can tell you that when we build a budget, we build the budget based on the students that are in the classes and where the students have to go. And then looking at some of the projections that are presented to us to see where the tipping point might be in a particular section, in a particular course level, all of that, and looking at the class size guidelines that were determined by you guys, by the Board of Ed. So that's sort of it in a nutshell.
Lisa, I
don't know
have
if there's any comments.
I have two.
Sure.
One is in Hurlbut, we had a number of families move into town. I guess we expected, you expected a bump up in Hurlbut, and we see a little bit. There are a lot of families who have younger kids that are not yet in school, and there are families who don't have any kids yet. And so that little bump up is something that you kind of expect. The one thing that the Malone and McBroom did look at is the cohort, which was last year 131 students. They expected to be 150, and it ended up to be 140. And that's an interesting one to ask the demographers, because that's really has to do with in-migration, meaning people. A lot of that had to do with the assumption that people were going to move in with children that were going to be starting in WIS, right? Because that cohort would go 131 to 150, and they assumed a lot of in-migration, and we probably saw some, but definitely not as much as they expected. And so that's an interesting question to ask the demographers about that. But the real eye-opener was, and unexpected, was ninth grade, 9 to 12, where that's really more about, that's kind of the reverse, basically saying that, we had 196 in 8th grade, and we thought it would basically be the same in 9th grade, but ninth grade turned out to be 184. And that's more about people leaving the schools than it is not being accurate about how many people are going to move into town. So for the lower schools and for WIS, the interesting part is we anticipated more people moving in than actually did. For the upper school, it's where did people go, right? And why did they leave, right? And I think you answered part of that, which is people sold their house, people sent their kids to private school, that sort of thing. So there's two different, when you look at it, there's two different streams of questions. One is, we expected more people with a little bit older kids to bump up the population in WIS. That didn't happen. And then why did people move out with older kids, right?
Yes, and part of the procedure, just so you know, it's just a small detail, is when a family leaves and withdraws from the district, the principal of the school has to sign off. There's a form that has to sign off on it, and often there's a reason. And especially the ones for the high school that, before I took over in July, I signed off on every single one of them. And, it was interesting for me because you do want to know why are people leaving and that kind of thing, and to have conversations with them about that. We also, as a reminder, have a policy that if a family leaves and a student is in the summer of their senior year, that student can still come to the school, even though the student doesn't live in town anymore. That was a policy that's been in place for years, which is really a great policy. It speaks to the commitment of the community, not having a senior, their final year in high school, not be able to finish. And we did have several of them that took advantage of that policy. Now, that being said, you look at the numbers, and there's approximately 30 kids declining.
Yeah. Yep. And I think so we're going to have NESDEC and we're going to have one other, right?
Yes, the more detailed one is the new company. Phil, what's it called?
It's SLAM, SLAM.
SLAM?
Yep.
And that will come with the detailed reports and everything else. NESDEC does more trends.
Yeah.
I guess I just want to reassure, though, when we look at staffing, and I'm very committed to this, and I've done the high school staffing for a lot of years. What you look at is what the students need to take, where the students are. And it's, as I was saying to Phil, it's kind of a balancing act where you look how they move forward, what's the projected decline. We only staff what we need. There's no extra staff. It's all about student needs.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think from the trends, I go back to the fact that the new piece of information here that, we always looked at births and migrations, and that affects a lot of the lower schools, but never. And I think this is an interesting question for the demographers and for us to better understand whether this is a trend in the upper schools that's going to persist or not, because that has a significant impact. And that's not one that we really have seen to date, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, it was surprising to me.
It's actually kind of interesting, Tony, the way that you had mentioned it. If you take a look at the class where it's going each year,
right?
The only area where we saw a decline was in high school. So all of the other, like kindergarten last year, the kindergarten class got bigger in first grade.
Yeah.
First grade class got bigger in second grade.
Yeah.
Realistically, the only place we saw a decline was in high school. And I think, part of that is kids go to boarding school their freshman years, actually it's freshman and sophomore years when kids go to boarding school. So we're going to see some of that. That's just something that happens in every school system. And I think that, the real estate market most certainly played a part in why we saw some migration. But I agree with you. I think that that's a really interesting trend that we need to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it is every year that cohort, we do see a certain amount of in-migration, but that's not really that doesn't really impact the high school population. And this is the first time we're seeing an interesting, maybe it's a COVID related thing, maybe it's something else, but I think it's an interesting one because this does have, if this trend continues where, the influx into the lower schools doesn't persist, and we see an outward bound, before, that transition to high school, we see this outward bound becoming a trend, then it creates an interesting dynamic that I think we have to understand better.
Absolutely. The other thing, Lisa, when you're working
Sharon,
with photographers, can you ask them if they've just what they've seen as far as any sort of spike with births, post-COVID births? And the reason is because a lot of the people that I have met who have moved to town are young couples that are just having kids now. So, you know, if we're looking at doing multi-year budgeting, clearly we're a few years out for them, but at the same time, it's definitely something to take into consideration as we look at the big picture of the district and what future plans are going to be as to whether or not we're going to see a spike with children and with babies. And, you know, like I said, every year we've seen an increase in the according to that chart, every grade saw an increase with the exception of high school.
Yeah.
So just
Quick comment or question, kind of somewhat directed at Sharon. But you mentioned about trends or with Weston. Do we, you know, as far as Weston enrollment goes, do we compare our enrollment and the trend that we're seeing with, for example, Westport or Wilton?
Yeah.
Do we do that, or?
We have that data exists, and I've, you know, I myself have tracked it, but it's, and you know, I can share it with everyone, but that data does exist, and it's state data. It's there it's in public, that data. And you know, I think that most districts have seen a decline in enrollment, some worse than ours, some not, right, in the last 15 years. And yeah, they're definitely in Fairfield County. There's that trend, right? But I don't have it in front of me today, right, to tell you what that is. But it's something that we're seeing in Fairfield County, and some have been hit a lot harder than ours, and some have not been. You know, their decline has not been as great as ours.
I would actually love to see those statistics.
What's that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, Sharon.
What's that?
I would love to see those statistics. That's all.
Yeah.
And I was just going to say.
Yeah, it's public. You know, there's something for those of you who love data. There's something called EdSites, which is Connecticut State educational data, has all sorts of great stuff in there, but it's not easy to manipulate.
I was just going to add that it would be interesting to take a look at that data, because it might give us insight into if it's happening throughout Fairfield, including, you know, our sister towns, Westport and Wilton. It'd be interesting to figure out the why, right? Is it based on demographics, people moving into towns, kids, or is there public schools are not where people want to have their children educated right now, for example? Is there a push to private schools and prep schools? And if so, why? So there might be more information in there beyond just people aren't having children or people are moving out of town.
Yeah, I think these are really important questions for the demographers, because they really, you know, they should have their fingertips on the data and why these movements are occurring.
Yes, and I know that I've seen previous reports where, isn't that correct, Phil, where they elaborate on some of that, but we can certainly have a discussion about it if they could, you know, provide us a little bit more elaboration, because there's not many of these firms that do this work, quite frankly. So I'm sure that we can push for some additional information or clarity around our particular numbers compared to other communities.
This might be a little bit of a nuanced question, but it's easy to look at the numbers of students who've pulled out and think of each of those as like an individual case. But if, you know, we think about real estate being a big issue with people moving for COVID, how many of these are siblings that have pulled out?
Yeah, exactly.
A family that's got 4 kids or 3 kids in the system, you're going to see hits and spots you might not see if kids are getting pulled out for private school specifically at a certain age level or something.
Yeah, I mean, that again, Bernadette, is the beauty of us knowing our community so well. Like when I look at the names, and all I have to do is check Power School, or I frankly, I know, you know, okay, there's one, like I know that there's a family that's going to be moving out next week. So the enrollment's going to be altered. And there's 3 students across 2 schools. So we know that up front. We know that a family that left and had 3 students in the school, the oldest did go to private school. The other 2 went to public school, but that family moved clear across the country. So we do know and we see those things because we're so small, it's easy for us. And then to see what the trends are within those groups, because it's very rare that it's one family and one kid. It's just not. Of all the examples I know, I can't think of one family, one child.
David, just to answer just to kind of quickly answer your question, we're probably, Easton Reading has seen a drop that's significantly more than ours. We're probably in the same place Wilton is, and places like Westport, New Canaan, Ridgefield is where we are, and places like Westport, New Canaan, and Darien are probably are more resilient than those other towns that I mentioned. Sort of, that's the basic lay of the land.
That's Rachel about your car warranty.
What's that?
I said that was Rachel about your car warranty.
Yeah, I'm sure. No, this is the IRS after me.
Hold on, you're the chair of the finance committee? Sorry.
Yeah.
I think the car warranty joke was better.
Yeah, me too.
I got 3 calls today about a car warranty. I won't go there. I don't understand why. Okay, shall I continue? Melissa, can we back it up a minute?
Yeah, before you do, I think you're right, Lisa. We do need to back it up. Tony, we didn't vote on the budget assumptions or calendar.
I'm not sure we.
There's motion language there.
Yeah,
we did
I
take
think,
it
yes,
from
we
last
have to
year's
vote on both.
language.
You're right. Thank you.
Yeah, it was
There's
actually
also
Joe
motion.
Panetta.
There is motion language for the laptops too, which we said we didn't need to do. So I don't know if we had.
No, we don't actually need to do it for the laptop because we made that purchase and we're going to basically, Phil is going to come back to us later on in the year to determine what we need to do from here, whether we then need to basically finance it or not, right? So I don't think we need to. I think we'll make a motion and vote on it then.
Okay. So let's do 2 separate motions, one for the budget calendar, one for the budget assumptions.
All right, can I have a motion for the calendar?
Yes, move that the Weston Board of Education approve the FY23 budget calendar.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Taffy. All in favor?
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Victor.
Hi, Tony. All opposed? Hey, Dave. All opposed? Okay. Motion passes, and let's do the budget assumptions.
Okay, move that the Weston Board of Education approve the FY23 budget assumptions.
Second.
Second.
Thanks, Taffy. All in favor?
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Taffy.
Hi, Bernadette.
Hi, Victor.
Hi,
David.
Tony. Okay. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. We did sustainability. We did the enrollment update.
COVID.
And so, Lisa, just for the record here, when do you think we will have the projections from NASDAQ and the other group SLAM? Do we think it's November or will it have to be later?
Phil, help me with this. I believe that NASDAQ will have the projections hopefully for November. The other group, the SLAM, is going to have to take a little bit longer to probably right after Thanksgiving, because there was we had to make a request for all of our records from the old company to be given to him, and that's all been taken care of, right, Phil?
It has been. So I think we're looking more mid to late November for both reports, which is typically what has happened in previous years. So I think we're sort of kind of on target with that.
And it won't really impact, we can always go back and we look at it through the lens of those particular reports, but we certainly are able to build the budget based on the students in the classes and the original projections that we got from M&M, as I like to call it.
Right.
Okay. All right, let's move to the next item, which is COVID update. Lisa?
Okay, and forgive me if I read some of this. It's getting late. I don't want to miss anything. So I'm going to be reading from my notes. I would like to talk about the following points: the wearing of masks in schools, how the district determines a mask exemption, and then some specific updates regarding our dashboard, new protocols that we are going to be moving to, voluntary pool testing, and how also are we determining what information goes out to who. So that's kind of an overview. And why don't I start first with the mask exemption? So Governor Lamont issued the executive order 13A in the spring. And he basically said in this order that the Commissioner of Public Health had the authority to issue a rule setting forth a comprehensive list of facilities, which includes schools, about wearing masks. And so inside pre-K to 12 public schools and school buildings, that's what the executive order said. This is an executive order from the governor. And some people, I don't think, might not realize that on September 28th of this year, that order 13A went till the end of September. On September 28th, 2021, he issued another executive order, number 14. Basically, there's a whole bunch of stuff it says, but it continues the mask mandate through February 15th, 2022. So according to this, we will be wearing masks in schools through February 15th, 2022. This is the governor's executive order. This is something that we follow, this law. I've heard a lot of people say, could we please choose? Could we please, have the option? Why do we have to do it? And my heart goes out to these people. Then I've heard the other side where please don't take their masks off. I have compromised people at home. Please don't release it. It's the governor that's making the decision, I guess I would say. And it is a very emotional issue. I get emotional when I think about it and I see my 3-year-old grandson wearing a mask for his before and after his swimming lessons. My heart breaks. This is a statement by the government, an executive order by the government that we follow, and that the public schools in the state are following. I know of no public school in this area that is saying, just do what you want. It's optional. We're following Governor Lamont. So if you are not happy about that, you can certainly reach out to Governor Lamont directly or people in the legislature.
Just to be clear, Lisa, you don't have discretion, the superintendent, and the board does not have discretion as it relates to the mask mandate.
No, we do not. We are a public school that falls under this category. And I know it's an emotional issue. That's where it stands. If we were to go against it, we're breaking the law. Now, the mask exemption is another interesting thing that I want to explain. It's a little bit, I want to kind of draw the through line with the mask exemption. So with the mask exemption, the State Department of Education had issued an updated guidance for the use of mitigation strategies in the Connecticut pre-K through 12 schools. This was their updated guidance that came out right at the beginning of the school year. And it says about universal mask wearing, regardless of vaccination status. Then it also issued updated guidance for the use of mitigation strategies of how school districts should process requests for medical and disability-related exemptions from the mask wearing requirement. And the process is that individual schools should develop and continuously review in consultation with their legal counsel and medical advisors the policies regarding what limited exemptions to the wearing of face coverings will be considered. by students or staff. So this is our district process. And this was the process, this has been the process. Medical exemptions for not wearing masks will be given to students when medically verified and approved by the superintendent and director of PPS. That's Tracy Edwards. The decision is based on guidance from the Weston Westport Health District and medical advisor. So if a letter, for example, is submitted by a doctor stating that the child should be considered for a mask exemption for the following reason, our nursing supervisor first would contact we would make contact with the family to make sure that we could speak to the doctor because there are certain privacy laws. And then the nursing supervisor contacts the child's doctor to review the request. Based on that, the decision is made. Now you might say, well, she's a nurse and she's consulting with the child's doctor. Exactly, because sometimes there are things that the doctor, quite frankly, may not be aware of about how we operate our schools and what the mitigating strategies are that we use. For example, it's not hot and humid, we have air conditioning. For example, we honor social distancing rules, different things like that. So that is how the decision is made and is communicated to the parent. Now, there have also been questions regarding appealing mask exemption decisions, and that involves you guys. There is no appeal to the Board of Education. There is a district policy on public complaints that outlines the board's policy and regulations when parents have a complaint. And the policy notes that not all decisions of principals, administrators, and or the superintendent are proper subjects of appeal. In this case, mask exemption requests are processed in accordance with the state law, the guidance from the state agencies, our process that we said above regarding the processing of mask exemption, and also section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. So there is no appeal process to deny the exemption. And that, as it says up above, consult with your legal counsel. We have consulted. In cases where an exception to the masking requirement may be necessary based upon a student's disability, additional supporting documents, and parents who have asked for, who have been denied, have been given this opportunity to convene a 504 meeting as appropriate to make appropriate programming decisions. And perhaps, Tracy, not to put on you on the spot, but can you talk a little bit about 504 meetings? What that means, what that would mean under this particular
Yeah, so
exemption?
the purpose of convening a 504 meeting in this situation would be to determine if the student in fact has a disability and if that disability warrants school-based accommodations. And specifically in this case, the question would be accommodations around the wearing of masks while the student is in school. Many 504 decisions for students apart from this particular issue relate to medical conditions, certainly not all of them. And that discussion would happen with members of a school-based team and also the school nurse in conjunction with any medical information that's been provided by the family.
Thank you. So there's not an appeal, but families have been offered the opportunity to provide additional information and go through the 504 process. So that is kind of the basic explanation. Within the documents of the guidelines from the state and all of that, they go into much more details about medical exemptions for the wearing of face coverings, and if anyone chooses to read through some of those particular things. But they talk about that the medical exemption for the wearing of face coverings of the styles recommended for uses in schools is rare. And that should be noted, that it is not commonplace to give out mask exemptions.
Well,
Go ahead.
yeah, Lisa, a couple of questions. One
Sure.
is, are you allowed to is it public information, the number of mask exemption requests that we've gotten? Just as a school district, or is that something we probably, it's not public?
I would say, I would go so far as to say it's a handful. Would you agree, Tracy?
Yeah, I was just going to say it's a small number. I don't think we can give the specific number,
Yeah,
but it's small.
okay. It's a small
There have
number.
been, there have been many concerns expressed about giving us the right to choose. There have been many comments made about, kids in masks for 7-8 hours is terrible. Please, they need to be able to read social cues. They need to be able to
Right.
see each other academically. One of the things I've tried to do to kind of, I don't know if the right word is alleviate concerns, is that we've probably posted over 200 pictures on Instagram, and they're from all over, and kids doing all kinds of things in the district. And what we're trying to show is that given the strategies that we are following, and the masks being one that is a mandate, learning is going on, socialization is going on. I wish that we could do it without masks. However, it's very clear the governor's mandate.
So let me stop you there. So
Sure.
I think the mandate is clear. All right. I think what you described in terms of the mask exemption policy is that it is not a unilateral decision solely taken without considering going back to the family and discussing it with the doctor before that decision is made.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
right.
we have strived to work with families about mitigating strategies that we think are effective and could be considered in lieu of the mask exemption. All kinds of things that we have discussed and talked about. And we're not here to make things difficult. We are here to comply with the law and keep everyone safe.
Okay.
So may
Any
I continue? Oh, any
Okay, yeah,
questions
go
on
ahead.
those two? Are there any questions on the wearing of masks or how we process a mask exemption?
I have an exemption question.
Sure.
So Weston loves to reference Westport and
Mhm.
Westport's health district. Do you know if Westport Public Schools have given mask exemptions or a number of requests that they may have had? We don't know that.
No, what I do know is I meet with the superintendents weekly. And the last time we discussed this, and I spoke specifically to Mr. Scarice. Now that was 3 weeks ago, but we meet every week. There are not communities around that are granting mask exemptions. I would say they are being very, very cautious. Westport is being very, very cautious, as is our Durgay counterparts.
Okay, so to your knowledge, Westport has not granted, but Weston has not granted any, right?
To my knowledge at this point, if they have any, it's very, very few, and they have been taking a position similar to ours, that this is, the work through our medical advisor. They have a different medical advisor. They have Dr. Weinberger. We have Dr. Marks. We do share the same health district, and I'll get to that in a minute when I talk about some of the other things to just sort of allay people's concerns or wonder why is it different here and not with us? But regarding mask exemptions, no, pretty much the superintendents are on the same page with this.
Okay, and just to reiterate what you said, which Tony said as well, but just to kind of get it out there a third time, you are following Governor Lamont's mandate. And I
Correct.
may speak a little bit for myself, but for parents who are placing the blame or the question at your foot, they really should contact Governor Lamont's office. If they want the mask mandate to be a decision of yours, they have to start by asking Governor Lamont to lift his mandate and leave it to the individual schools. Would that be a fair?
That would be a fair statement. Just as, for example, the superintendents in the state work together as a group to leverage things at the state level. I don't want to go too much of a bird walk here. One of the things we were disappointed in was we were hoping that we could count remote days of learning as days of in school for snow day. And apparently that's not going anywhere this year. And the superintendent's group is trying to advocate for that because it has an impact, as you'll see, on the calendar. So yes, you are correct. Okay, moving right along. So a couple of things. We do share the same health district, and some parents will say, well, why is Weston doing something one way and Westport is doing something the other way? The health district issues recommendations, and then we, in speaking to Mr. Cooper in the health district and our medical advisor and our nursing supervisor, decide what our course of action is going to be. And on there are a couple of nuances. I can give you one example. There were in the recommendations, they were saying at the state level that teachers that were standing 6 feet away from students could take the mask off. And in Westport, they were going to allow that. They said that came out, then they backpedaled and the teachers put the masks back on. We never wanted to allow that from the very basic thing of our teachers need to get closer than 6 feet to our kids. And by doing that, you're limiting where they're going to go in the classroom. And that was a concern of mine. So that's why we haven't budged on that. One thing, so we have the current dashboard. And so here's the dashboard. It's updated every day. It's really very exciting to say that right now the numbers have dropped and we only have 12 individuals that are involved in whether it be quarantine, positive exposure, close contact, all of that. So that's really great. We did have a spike in the middle school in 6th grade. One of the things that we have done is that there was a request that if you go to our COVID website and you'll see there's the dashboard link and then there's a link to the district and you see these graphs. And it was actually you, Tony, that said, you know, people are asking to see it at the building level. What's happening in a particular school? What's the trend instead of, excuse me, lumping it all together. So thanks to Dan DeVito, we now have that. Excuse me, I have to take a drink. So from now on, we will have the graphs by school. They will be updated weekly. They will not be updated daily, but weekly, right, Dan DeVito? The dashboard is open daily, except I think there was one day where it was getting a little bit crazy and we missed a day and it wasn't updated till the following day. But in looking at that, so the numbers are looking really good. They're dropping, which is what we want. The CDC recommended 14 days quarantine. And when we started this school year, the Westport health director recommended that we stick with the 10 and not the 7, 10 days quarantine because of the nature of the variant and it's contagious in the air. Now, Westport, if we want to compare ourselves, was doing a 7. Wilton is doing a 7. So you do 7 days quarantine with a negative test after 5. We are going to be moving in that direction. I speak to the health the Department of Westport Health. We speak to them every week. We speak to the liaisons at the buildings every week. We touch base with it at the superintendent's level. And so we will be updating and I will be sending out a communication that says we're going to move to the 7 days instead of the 10. You may remember last spring we were at 7, except for the nature now of this particular variant. The recommendation was to go to 10, but the health department is now comfortable we go to 7. So that will be coming out about the 7 days with a negative test after 5. So that's important when you're looking at missing 10 days of school. The other thing is that voluntary pool testing. We will be conducting voluntary pool testing. It's a free voluntary program at the state offered by Quest Diagnostics. And it's a weekly testing available to pre-K 6 students. It's actually done in school. They watch a video, Mr. Swabby, and then they take a little Q-tip and there's a whole procedure. I signed us up for more information back in late August on this. But it took some time to have this come about because the priority was at first with the city districts and the larger districts. So if you say, well, gee, this district started it 2 or 3 weeks ago, they're bigger than us. We had to get on board. It was done by size. It's been open up to us. The other thing is, because I know some people are eagerly awaiting the pool testing letter, is that in order to coordinate this voluntary thing, we had to enlist, the best way to do it was through Power School. Maybe Dan DeVito, you can speak just a little bit on why that's caused a couple of extra days.
Sure. So in order to streamline the process, we're trying to build everything electronically and doing the consent forms directly into Power School, and then working on reporting features that can then go up to Quest, so we can give the enrolled applicants or the enrolled students part of the process we've done already, but now it's also into the hands of Power School in order for them to complete this process to put everything into InfoSnap. We do not have that ability, so we're kind of at the whim of Power School for them to complete their side of things. Granted, I've kind of, first it was nicely asking, then it was begging, then it was getting angry. We need to move along with this so they know that this is a priority. So we're hoping in the next 24 hours, we'll have everything squared away on our end. So everything will go into Power School.
And if you're looking at compare, other districts, that's how Ridgefield set it up. It's a user-friendly way to do this. And again, this is all voluntary. No one has to have their child tested if they choose not to, but it is another strategy. And I think that especially given when you look at K-6 and particularly what happened at the middle school with 6th grade, where we had, a spread in 6th grade because of the, the positive cases, that we should at least offer it. I would be remiss if I didn't offer it. So that should be getting out in midweek. Another question is, someone asked, how we decide what information goes out to who and when. When we started the year, I was optimistic that we would be able to do COVID bi-weekly updates. We want to keep people calm. Things are going well. We're going to do bi-weekly updates. Here's the link to the dashboard. And, it's a fine line about how much detail we can provide regarding a specific situation. Again, this is a small community, and we have to be careful how we present certain things because we can't be, inadvertently identifying who it is. So then I would say that, we had the situation in the middle school, and Dan Doak sent out an email specifically to the middle school to say this is what was going on in 6th grade. And we heard feedback that there was a concern that maybe everyone should have gotten that email. And for that, I take responsibility, frankly, and I apologize. If there was another case like that, where we see it prevalent in one grade, we will make sure that we communicate at the district level. We're right now on weekly communications. We share the links and a little bit of information. Again, I don't want to get too far into the specifics. There was another concern where someone said, if, especially at K-5, so you have students that are positive, and then you have the adjacent students quarantined. And the parents in that class said, if there's a positive case in my child's class, even though he doesn't have to isolate, I want to know. So moving forward, we will make sure that at the K-5 level, if there's a positive case in a particular classroom, we will let everyone know, regardless of whether or not the children have to quarantine. We are really trying not to quarantine entire classes unless, it's required by the contact tracing. So those are a few of the highlights that I hope explain where we're at with this. If anyone out there has a particular question about what's going on in your child's building, the assistant principals are the COVID liaisons, and they are happy to respond and answer and clarify anything about a particular building. Any other questions?
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So for the K-6 level, there will be optional testing, right? It's a K-6 level.
Correct.
Parents have to positively opt their child in.
Correct.
You don't opt out, you opt in.
Correct.
Okay. And is there, kids, especially at that age, peer pressure, anything is going to be done by the teacher, or how is this done so that you don't potentially have kids that are sort of wondering, why am I being left out? Has that something that's been considered?
Sure. And we spoke to the Quest.
I'm sticking a Q-tip up your nose.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not done in the classroom. The kids actually go out and do it in groups of 10 in a pod. And I know what you're saying, David. That was my concern. My concern also was with the younger children. I point blank asked, were some of these kids crying if they had to stick something up their nose, or what is your experience been? And they said that it had been going well. I guess that especially with the little ones, they talk about Mr. Schwabi. I said, well, who would you recommend be there? And because the rollout is really in the details, who should be there? Should we have, for example, a school counselor there? Should we, who were the pools of kids? What time, we're given a window that they come. The whole process is only supposed to take less than 15 minutes for that pod. When is the best time for that pod, for example, to go? And at different grade levels, how are we going to manage that? Then we also found out they lowered it to pre-K. So, wow. So now it could be pre-K 6. And we're meeting later this week with the Quest people to go over some of the particular details about where is it going to be done, how is it going to be handled. We have to consider also, especially the little children, if it's 10 people are leaving a classroom, someone has to take those children to the class. Who's going to be there? Who's going to bring them back? So there's a lot of that we still have to work out realistically. I'm just making a realistic prediction here, second week in November.
And so, okay, so 2 follow-up questions. So it's opt-in. Is the district going to provide, this is gonna be done, you said weekly or every 2 weeks?
The way it is that a parent, like, let's say, you decide that you want to opt your child in. It has to be done on a weekly basis. That's the commitment. Now, it was also explained to me that, let's say, David decides he wants to opt in his children, and then Sharon says, wow, a few weeks down, I think I might want to get on this bandwagon. You can do that as well.
So if it's weekly, is the district going to provide numbers on a per grade level? Here's the number of students that opted in and took the test. This is the number of positive. This is the number of negative. Are we going to receive both?
The way that it works is that, so they test a pod of 10, and let's say the whole pod tastes negative, and then, okay, they're done. Then there's a positive case within the 10. I guess it's all 10 get tested at once. Then they break down and they test each individual child. Then if there is a positive case, that child's parent is notified, and we are notified to do contact tracing.
So, okay.
And so then the numbers of positives, right, or quarantines would come out in the chart, in the dashboard. As far as what the district results are, as far as, well, in the 6th grade, we have 50% of the people that are participating. In 1st grade, we have 20%. I haven't even thought that far ahead because I'm want to get the letter out, but I do think that it's an important framework piece to understand, like, what does the number mean?
So if I don't opt my son in, and one child in his class is opted in, that child goes and gets tested and comes back positive, then my son is forced to be tested by the district.
No, if your son is within less than 3 feet in the classroom next to that child, then it's the regular procedure. We would do contact tracing.
Okay.
And then your child would be quarantined, or if your child was further away, your child would not be quarantined. Or, let's say it was Tony that tested positive. Who did Tony have lunch with? Oh, he had lunch with Bernadette. She had her mask off. She's going on quarantine. We'd follow the same process.
Okay, and then my final question on this topic is, so I forgot what I was going to say. So
I'm sure there's going to be more questions.
Yeah.
So as people, you have them, you can send me an email. There's also a site that we're going to put out there for the public to look at so that they can make an informed decision. Did you think of your question?
yeah, so from an instructional time, right? So we already are dealing with students who are crunched for instructional time with the mass breaks. So how are you going to address now further erosion in instructional time?
So, in a perfect world, we would be able to call the time and arrange it and everything else, because I asked them that, like, how much flexibility do we have to make the best decision on who to test when to minimize instructional time lost? And it was explained to me that you get a window, like maybe it's like Wednesday, 9 to 12, let's say. You get that window, and at Hurlbut, again, based on the numbers or the WIS, we determine how much time we need in each building. So we might give like an hour, 2-hour time block. Then it's going to be up to our COVID liaison assistant principal to look at where are the kids, what classes they are in, and what would be the best time to pull them out. That doesn't mean that it's always going to be perfect. But we would really strive to make sure that it was at a time that had little impact. And the other thing is for the teacher to know, like, okay, these 10 kids are going to be out of the room for 10 minutes. It could even be quicker if the room is closer. They need to know to be able to plan appropriately. My feeling is this: we're going to try this and see how it goes. I know that, for example, in Greenwich, they were doing it with a different program. I think they actually incurred the cost to do it, and they got a very low response in district families that wanted to do it. I don't know what we will have. I think that that a lot of it will be based on what we have and how we, and how it goes. I do think that there is an advantage now starting in November with, the traveling and the holidays and the vacation coming up. It could be a useful data tool to help us, mitigate our exposure and our number of quarantines. Any other questions? So look for the letter later this week, right, Dan DeVito?
All right.
Thank you.
Oh,
the calendar.
District calendar.
Okay. So this is my understanding, and Ken, feel free to jump in the process. And some of you are actually there. Well, I probably was there at the meeting, but I don't recall. In May, the calendar committee, which had representatives from the different unions and some parents, recommended to the Board of Ed the calendar that we have here for next year. The calendar was not voted on because there was a feeling that the board wanted additional information on what other districts were doing. So if you look, we have within your packet of information, my assistant, Ms. Saketa, prepared a calendar comparison with Durgay based on start dates, end dates, February breaks, April breaks, PD days, all of that. So you can kind of have a comparison chart to look at. And then we took the liberty of preparing two very slightly different recommendations. The calendar committee did not recommend an April break. All of our Durgay counterparts except, no, all of our Durgay, well, no, I think Easton Reading had a short one, but the other school districts are going to have a full February break. Some are going to have from the Friday and then the following week. Some are just going to have the full week, whereas we do not have that in the calendar recommendation. We have 2 days or 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Monday. We created a calendar that gave us Monday through Friday off and slightly different start dates to mirror a little bit more the the Darien, Westport, Wilton calendars. So that is it. I don't know if you want to vote on this tonight, if you want to get additional information. I did share with the calendar committee that this was going to be discussed. I shared with them all of the information that was posted on the agenda because I thought it was important that they be kept in the loop because they did spend time talking about this, this recommendation that they had. So they are aware that a variation may move forward other than theirs.
Well, I have one question. Just, I know a lot of thought went into this, to the calendar. But it doesn't look like our end date is a lot different than those school districts who are having a February as well as an April break. I guess the question is, why don't we have I don't remember the discussion, but why don't we have a February break? Ken, were you part of that?
Yes, I think that there was a lot of discussion, this year, and it comes back, periodically, this discussion about a February break. There's some sentiment that, learning continuity with a February break is interrupted because you also have the snow days, which as of right now, we don't know that in the future, we're going to be able to use remote days for snow days. But it just was the sentiment of the committee that, we had extended weekends for February break. That's not to say that, the board couldn't look at putting in a February break because, our start date was listed at September 1st, which is the reason why you're probably seeing the end time very similar in June to other districts. Other districts are starting on the August 29th, 30th, or 31st. And, Weston is, within that time frame, but starting the latest, it's at September 1st. If you were to start on a couple days earlier and added a couple more days to the February break to make it a full week around President's Week, we would still end up ending the year in the same time frame as the calendar committee had proposed, and we'd be in line, still be in line with other districts. And I believe the calendar that Lisa has shared his a Tuesday start date, which was the 30th of August, and it keeps the end date the same in June, but adds that February break.
I mean, a couple of things. I was surprised when I saw that all the other Durgate districts had the February break. And I know that there is a hope amongst the superintendents and also moving forward at the state level to talk to the legislator and the governor about having those remote days count, the snow days count. And that would be wonderful if it was, because then having the February break wouldn't be so, I think it would be fine. The other thing that it struck me when I looked at it, and I work 12 months, so whatever happens, happens. We talk about the stress, family time, and all of that. And I look at that February break, and I think that is a really great time for families to be able to be together, whether they're here in Weston or whether they travel. It is a nice piece of time to be able to do that, not just a couple days tagged on to a weekend. And to your point, Tony, it seems like we're getting out around the same time anyway.
Yeah, listen, quite frankly, I think it's late in the evening to really have an in-depth discussion about the pros and cons of a February break and what the implications are to the rest of the schedule. But I do think that rather than voting on it tonight, I think we should probably spend a little bit more time thinking about that and what the implications are of a February break.
Mhm.
I don't know if everyone, I hate to punt on this, but I think I don't think we're going to get to anything substantive without the calendar committee looking at it, looking at the implications of what a February break might mean.
I mean,
Unless everyone thinks that we shouldn't have one.
No, the only thing I wanted to add is I just received some parent feedback. You know, people are trying to plan for their year. I mean, we historically adopt these calendars at, I think, the May meeting or maybe even the April meeting.
Right.
May.
To give people that planning, you know, our staff, our families. And you know, we're already behind. And then to do another month, I feel like is even more delay. But I don't want to make a decision without the proper people having thought it through. So, I mean, I would.
Yeah, I mean, we have two choices, right? I think two viable choices. One, agree as is, because a lot of thought went into it, or kick it back to the committee to look at what the implications are of adding a February break. I think for us to just do that, I just don't think it's responsible without really looking at the implication of what it really means to put another, you know, I think it's got to be thought through a little bit, right?
I also think that we need to make sure that the voice of the different groups was heard. When I spoke to some of the members on the committee, and I said, you know, so did you go back to your unions? And the response from one was, well, we were supposed to. I said, but that's not the question. Did you? Was it done at every building? How did you get feedback? And I just really want to make sure that happened. Last year was a crazy year enough with people not even being able to meet in person. That does this truly represent what those groups feel?
You know, Melissa, I mean, they can just try to do that somewhat efficiently and quickly, and we could have a special meeting in between just to look at this and vote on it.
Are we talking about this year or for the following year, though?
Next year.
Following year.
Following year. Okay.
It's the following year, but it is, you know, it's the start of the school year. It's people making summer plans. I mean, if you think
Sure.
about, you know, when people need to be back, I mean, yeah, I'm concerned that, you know, I've heard from some families and I'm concerned that people want to have this information sooner rather than later. So
Yeah, I think it's worth a special meeting only because it's 10:20, and I you know, as I look at the comparison with other school districts, I ask myself the same question, and I also ask about quality of life for families. So I'm not sure I can go much further at this hour.
Right. So why don't we do this, Lisa? Have the committee look at it, and maybe if we can do this quickly and come back with what that might look like, the way it is now versus having a February break, and
Okay.
just to be comfortable that there's nothing we're missing here.
And
Okay, I
Lisa,
can do that.
one other thing too, what's the sports implications of having a February break?
You know, it's just the same as always, like the winter sports kids won't go away.
Yeah, okay.
But
I
they
mean,
wouldn't go away over the 3 days anyway. Generally, the sports kids of that season don't go away. Now, if you only play spring sports, then you get a longer time if you want to go away with your family, and
Sure.
vice versa.
Right.
The three sport athletes, they will be staying home.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I will go back and get more feedback on it and let you know, Tony, then when we could call a special meeting so we can resolve this,
Okay.
vote on it. Oops. Okay,
I think that's a reasonable compromise. Thank you.
Great.
okay. Are we at the end? Oh, not yet.
Almost there.
Almost.
Anything from committee chairs? I have one thing from a facilities perspective. The consultant Tecton is going to do a presentation to the Facilities Optimization Committee on our space utilization in the schools. I think it would be a good meeting for board members to listen into. I'm not sure that will constitute a special, a quorum. If I have to just check, but if you're just invited to the meeting to listen in, I'm not sure it constitutes a meeting of the board. But in any event, it's Wednesday. evening. We'll send you the invites, and I think it's really a good, it's probably efficient to do it this way. I mean, we can always do a replay at a board meeting, but since since the Facilities Optimization Committee is going to hear it on Wednesday, probably if you're interested in, and I think it's worthwhile learning a little bit more about our space utilization, it's probably a good meeting to listen into, but I will send all the details out. So we're at the end of the meeting. This is Victor's last board meeting. He will be leaving us as a board after Election Day. I got to tell you, I am sorry to see Victor go. He's been an incredible addition to the board. And on a personal note, he's been a fantastic partner. His experience, the way he thinks about things, the way he is always thinking a bit out of the box in terms of things that we can do to actually enhance how we deliver education for our students has been incredibly valuable. I want to thank Victor from the bottom of my heart, also on behalf of the board, for his service. It's been incredible. He spent countless hours, and it was appreciated by everyone. And thank you, Victor.
No, Tony, and everybody, just a couple of things. I know it's very late. So two things. One is I really feel that I got more than I gave. At the end of the day, going through this period in time and dealing with a lot of unprecedented things, I learned a tremendous amount from everybody, right? And then the second thing I want to say is I wanted to thank Taffy, Tony, and Melissa. I haven't had that much of a chance to work with the other new board members, but not as a board member, but as parents, because one really gets the perspective of what happens in order for my kids to get the education that they get. So, and for Melissa and Tony stewarding through these last 2 years, I really, really do appreciate it. So thank you.
Any other board members?
Yes, I'm not going to let you go, Victor, without saying something. I echo everything that Tony said, but I also just wanted to say that, you joined this board not out of motivation for a single objective, but out of a true desire to give back to this community. And I just think that has come through in everything that you've done here at the Board of Education in Weston. And we are a better town. We are a better school district for that mentality and for your service and your dedication and your commitment. And I can't tell you how much you will be missed, and that this town really, frankly, just needs more people like you stepping up and serving in town governance. So thank you, and you will be missed.
Hear, hear. You will be missed. Victor, you have been fair and reasonable and kind and smart. And I think that your time on the board was cut short suddenly. And I think that's sad. And I'm very sorry about that. But I'm glad that you still live here and we can call on you anytime.
Hope to keep in touch.
Absolutely.
I have to say something. I just want to thank you, Victor, because one thing that you have done in just the few months that I've been in this role is you push my thinking, and you have said things that have resonated with me and really pushed my thinking. Phil, that budget book that you got, that was because Victor thought it was an important book for you to read. So after the meeting, I think you should start it. Smarter Budgets by Nate Levinson. But really, it's all about pushing my thinking. And I need all of you to collectively push my thinking so we can do the best by Weston's children. I really appreciate the conversations and the patience and the time you took to push my thinking, hopefully in the right direction for the betterment of the school district. Thank you.
Yeah, I think pushing our thinking is actually a good way of putting that, because I think in your own special, uncontroversial way, You've really always pushed our thinking, and we're all going to be better for it. Thank you.
Guys, get some rest, and
Yeah.
I hope to keep in touch.
Great, thanks. We will certainly keep in touch. And with that, can I have a motion to adjourn? It's been a long night. As much as we want to cut these meetings to reasonable, it never happens that way. But hopefully the next meeting will be shorter. That's what we always say at the end of every meeting. With that, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night, all.
Thanks, everyone, for all your hard work tonight.
Good night.